1. Jeremy McNally scowled at the driver in the car in front of him. The guy, or woman it was hard to tell, had crossed the center line twice in the past 5 miles. 2 times too many. Highway ZZ was the main highway that snaked through Clark County, leading from his home, Lansing, Michigan, and going all the way through Clark County. It also had a lot of curves and hills, making it dangerous under the best circumstances. Driving as the sun went down with no street lights anywhere in the vicinity wasn't optimal. Jeremy felt his palms go damp as he tried to stay far enough back to avoid getting close to the erratic driver without losing sight of him. For a moment, blinding headlights flashed in his memory. His pulse spiked and he pushed the image away. There was no one driving toward him. The only lights ahead of him were red taillights. He stayed focused on them, refusing to relive the nightmare of his past. When the driver crossed the center line for a 3rd time, Jeremy took a deep breath. He queued up his phone using the hands-free functionality and requested a call to 911. I have reason to believe the driver of the Ford pickup truck, license plate SRY555, heading west on Highway ZZ, is driving under the influence. He's crossed the center line 3 times, and I'm concerned he's going to hit someone. I'll send a deputy to your location, the dispatcher replied. Please don't try to engage the suspect on your own. Yeah, well, you'd better hurry. Jeremy disconnected from the call, knowing that if the Clark County Sheriff's deputy didn't get there soon, he would absolutely engage the suspect on his own. Anything to avoid another horrific tragedy. He glanced momentarily at his heavily scarred hands, the result of being hit by a drunk driver 9 months ago. The same crash had cost him his career as a trauma surgeon. Jeremy did his best to push those thoughts aside. He kept his gaze on the battered Ford, tightening his grip on the steering wheel when he watched the idiot cross the center line once again. A flash of anger hit hard. If that Yahoo driver turned off the highway, he was going to follow him. No way was he going to let this son of a gun get away unscathed. Whoever was driving had no right to be behind the wheel, in whatever condition they were in. It was another 5 miles before he saw the reassuring red and blue flashing lights approaching from behind. As the wailing siren grew louder, he dropped back, putting more distance between his vehicle and the one in front of him so the deputy could get close to the Ford. The police car passed him, providing a glimpse of a red-haired female deputy behind the wheel. He had nothing against female cops and knew she was probably well trained, but it worried him a bit that she'd be facing the intoxicated driver on her own. Small towns like McNally Bay didn't have a large police presence, which meant deputies drove without a partner. Not his problem, he reminded himself. Didn't he have enough issues of his own to worry about? First the drunk driving crash, then multiple surgeries on his hands, the loss of his career, then Phoebe Sanders leaving him for one of his colleagues, oh yeah, another surgeon at that. One that could still operate, making the big bucks she so clearly desired. Whatever. He pushed the thoughts away to watch the scene unfold in front of him. It took several minutes for the Ford pickup to slow down and pull over to the side of the road, with the deputy pulling in directly behind him. Jeremy found himself slowing down and parking along the side of the highway too. He was a witness to the erratic driving. The cop might find it helpful to take his statement. He didn't move from his vehicle, though. The red-headed deputy got out from her squad car and cautiously approached the Ford's driver's side door. The sun was low on the horizon, and with the trees lining the road, it seemed darker than normal. She put the beam of her flashlight directly on the suspect. The additional light enabled Jeremy to see the deputy more clearly, and this time he recognized her. Trina Waldorf, younger sister of Steve Waldorf, the guy he'd hung out with for a couple of weeks over several summers in McNally Bay many years ago. Steve had been 20, Jeremy 21 at the time. He remembered they hadn't appreciated Steve's 17-year-old sister tagging along wherever they went. Trina had been cute, and Jeremy might have been interested in getting to know her better, if not for the fact that she was underage and that Steve had made it perfectly clear Trina was off limits. Not my sister, man. Keep your grimy hands to yourself. Capiche? Steve was always using Italian phrases like that. His mother had been Italian, and he'd claimed she taught him everything she knew. Jeremy noticed that Trina hadn't tossed Italian phrases around, and figured Steve was just trying to show off. While admiring her from afar, he'd kept his distance from Steve's adorable younger sister. He and Steve had shared some good times, especially their last summer together, before they'd both gone their separate ways. And it made him wince to realize he hadn't thought about Steve in the 10 years since. Until now. And only because of Trina. He rolled down his window to listen as Trina spoke to the driver. "Sir, I need you to step out of the vehicle." Trina gestured to the driver, and the guy, more like a young kid about 20, pushed the door open and stumbled out. The driver was skinny with long, greasy hair. "Turn around and place your hands on the truck," she continued, still holding the flashlight with one hand, her other resting on her thick utility belt. Skinny moved as if to turn around, but then abruptly lashed out at Trina, hitting her with his fist. The blow connected with her shoulder. She stumbled back a step. Jeremy instantly pushed out of his car, why he wasn't sure, other than instinctively feeling as if she needed backup. Even if a former surgeon with busted hands wouldn't be much help. But Trina didn't back off after being assaulted. Instead, she pulled something out of her belt and aimed it at Skinny. 2 barbs on coils shot out and embedded themselves in Skinny's chest through the thin, ratty fabric of his t-shirt. Jeremy had to smile with satisfaction when he realized she'd tased him. With the amount of juice those things packed, he felt certain Skinny would go down like a rock. Only he didn't. Skinny let out a howl and rushed directly toward Trina, arms outstretched, making him look like a Frankenstein out of a horror flick. "Look out!" Jeremy shouted. Trina was 1 step ahead of Skinny. She pulled her baton with a practiced move and cracked it along his shoulder and head. This time, Skinny did drop to his knees, swaying there for a minute before collapsing face forward onto the asphalt. Trina didn't waste a second. She pulled her cuffs off her belt and yanked one arm, then the other to latch the cuffs around his wrists. "Timothy Eden, you're under arrest for driving under the influence, assaulting a police officer, and resisting arrest." Trina took a deep breath, then glanced over at him as if noticing his presence for the first time. "Sir, I'm going to need you to return to your vehicle." "Trina, it's me, Jeremy McNally. You know, Steve's friend?" He felt foolish introducing himself since it was clear she didn't remember him. And yeah, that stung. "I'm the one who called this in." "I see." She nodded at him, her gaze difficult to read. "I appreciate that, thanks. But really, Jeremy, you should move on. I've got this." "I know you do, and I'm impressed." He didn't step back, but glanced at Skinny, who was moaning pitifully from his prone position on the asphalt. "I don't understand why the taser didn't take him down. I've seen them in action in the emergency department. Usually they're very effective." "Yeah, well, not so much when your perp is hyped up on crystal meth. Somehow that stuff gives weaklings like this guy a superhuman strength." She rubbed her shoulder for a moment as if reliving the moment she'd been sucker punched, then reached down and grasped Skinny, aka Timothy Eden, by his cuffed wrists. "Come on, get up. On your feet. Now." Jeremy moved out of the way as Trina half carried, half pushed Skinny toward her vehicle. Without another word to Jeremy, she secured Skinny in the back caged area of the squad car, then slid in behind the wheel. She was gone before he could say anything more. Trina hoped Jeremy hadn't noticed how badly her hands were shaking. Not from the impact of Eden's fist against her shoulder, although the blow had hurt, but because of seeing Jeremy again. The minute he'd spoken, she'd recognized his deep husky voice. Why wouldn't she? She'd had a big crush on Jeremy McNally, especially during that summer 10 years ago. One-sided puppy love on her part, mere tolerance on his. For a moment, the image of her older brother, her idol, flashed in her memory. The way Steve had looked that summer, young and healthy, so full of life. His grin full of mischief and glee. He'd always been so protective of her. Steve had been sweet, kind, and caring. Before he'd gotten hooked on drugs. Before he died. She wondered if Jeremy knew that Steve had passed away 6 years ago. The way he'd introduced himself as Steve's friend made her think he had no clue. But he should have. If Jeremy McNally had cared at all about her brother, he absolutely should have known Steve was dead. Whatever. She shook her head in an effort to dislodge the image. After Steve's downward spiral into the abyss of drug addiction, she'd made it her mission to help eradicate drug manufacturing from the rural area of Clark County. It was her way of honoring her brother's memory. Yet she was forced to reluctantly admit that it was thanks to Jeremy's 911 call that she'd been able to grab Eden tonight. Having a meth head in custody was a good start. The minute the drugs in Eden's system wore off, she was sure he'd be more than willing to start talking about where the current meth lab was located. If he knew the location at all. Which she prayed he did. She'd gotten close before, but the brains behind the crystal meth lab used a trailer that made the entire operation portable, so they could move from one location to the next in less than an hour. Even worse, there were plenty of places to hide. Clark County was spread across hundreds of wooded acres, and there were only 8 full-time deputies, including herself, and 1 part-timer to patrol the area. It made looking for the current meth lab akin to finding a smallmouth base in the depths of Lake Michigan. With Eden in custody, she felt certain they'd find the elusive trailer. Bringing in the brains behind the entire drug operation would be an added bonus. Someone who she felt certain wasn't hooked on drugs but didn't hesitate to profit off those who were. Like Steve. As she headed toward headquarters where their small Clark County jail was housed, her thoughts turned back to Jeremy. Why was he back in McNally Bay again so soon? She'd caught a glimpse of him from afar 7 weeks ago when he'd returned for Jazz and Dalton's wedding, but he hadn't noticed her. Mostly because she'd made it a point to stay far away. Then it hit her. Of course. Jeremy must be back for Gemma and Garth's wedding. Garth Lewis was another Clark County deputy, and he was getting married on Saturday in the gazebo overlooking Lake Michigan to Gemma McNally, Jeremy's younger sister. A small, cozy, family-oriented ceremony, one Garth had invited her to attend as a guest. She swallowed a groan. Wasn't that just peachy? There would be no way to avoid the obligation to chat and socialize with Jeremy before the wedding, and again at the reception. Unless she decided not to attend. Garth would be hurt by her backing out at the last minute. They'd grown close working together over the past few years, and he'd often treated her like the younger sister he'd never had. And in some ways, he'd been the older brother she'd lost. It was tempting, oh so tempting to avoid contact with Jeremy McNally. Frankly, she'd been surprised when he'd recognized her, but the fact was she and Jeremy didn't really know each other that well. They'd hung out for a couple of weeks for a few summers, the last one being 10 years ago. No big deal. Except to her. In more ways than one. She blew out her breath in a heavy sigh. Time to pull on her big girl panties and get over it. What did it matter, after all this time anyway? Jeremy was some hotshot surgeon now, a man way out of her league. Besides, her crush had ended when she'd realized he was partially responsible for the beginning of Steve's spiral into alcohol and drugs. 10 years ago, the night before their parents were heading home to Detroit, she'd sneaked out and caught Steve and Jeremy drinking beer around the beach campfire. Jeremy was 21, so she knew he must have been the one who'd bought the six-pack. And of course, her brother hadn't possessed the willpower to say no. It wasn't until much later, when she'd found Steve strung out on drugs, that she'd really understood the significance of that night. She firmly believed that Steve hadn't done any drinking until he'd hung out with Jeremy. And the addiction hadn't ended there. Old news. Besides, she had to admit that drinking a few beers was one thing, while using crystal meth was something entirely different. Yet illogical as it might be, she couldn't help wondering if Jeremy hadn't bought the six-pack that night and hadn't encouraged Steve to spend his last night in McNally Bay, drinking by the fire, that her brother may not have wandered down the wrong path. Might have avoided the horrible spiral that eventually had taken his life. 4 months after his 24th birthday, her brother had died of a drug overdose. Her brother died, and her life had never been the same. Get me out of here. Eden's pathetic voice intruded on her emotional thoughts. Soon. Lucky for you, we're almost at the jail. She glanced at him through her rearview mirror. Eden was bleeding from his head wound, blood dripping down his face, matting in his greasy hair and staining his shirt. Most cops understood the danger of tangling with a meth head. She hadn't been lying to Jeremy about their superhuman strength. But now, looking at her injured perp, she wondered if she might need Jeremy's statement to prove she'd acted in self-defense. These days, more and more people were more worried about the perps who were injured while getting arrested than they were about law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line to keep communities safe. She pulled up in front of the main entrance to the building, then went around to pull Eden from the squad car. The guy couldn't walk straight, and she hoped that was because of the drugs and not the blow to his temple. Getting Jeremy's statement was looking more necessary by the minute. She was surprised to find Deputy Alex Rhine chatting with Emily Hart, the dispatcher. The moment Alex saw her, he straightened from his perch and hurried over to help. "Hey Trina, are you okay?" She appreciated how Alex instantly went to her defense, knowing she wouldn't have used force against Eden unless she absolutely needed to. "Yeah, he hit my shoulder, but that was after he was tased, so I had to use the baton to subdue him." Alex whistled under his breath. Must be high on something. Crystal meth, judging by the looks of his teeth. And when I pulled up his license plate and ran his ID, this is not his first drug offense. He was busted just a few months ago for the same thing. She pushed Eden toward the jail cell. "We need to call someone in to take his blood for a drug test, then book him for driving under the influence as a second offense, driving without a license, assaulting an officer, and resisting arrest." "You got it." Alex took Eden from her and wrestled the guy into the cell. He glanced over his shoulder. "I heard on the radio you were bringing someone in, so I thought I'd come in to help." "I appreciate that." She was relieved to have Alex's help with Eden. Her shoulder was throbbing now, and she hoped the idiot hadn't injured her shoulder to the point she might need surgery. "No problem. Although looking at you now, I wish I'd gone to the scene." Alex's gaze was full of concern as he looked at her. "Do you need to leave early? I can ask Emily to call someone working the graveyard shift in early." "Who's on?" "Nathan Beck and Kevin Powell." Both guys were decent enough cops, but Nathan in particular didn't think much of female deputies and was very set in his ways. She highly doubted he'd come in early for her. And Kevin was going through a rough patch with his wife and had 2 small kids. "Nah, don't bother. It's only another couple of hours." "Okay, then you stay here with this guy, and I'll hit the patrols." Alex headed toward the door, stopping abruptly when it swung open. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to provide a witness statement." She caught her breath when she saw Jeremy standing there, his hands tucked into the pockets of his well-worn jeans, the yellow polo shirt stretched across his muscular chest. He looked bigger in the bright lights of their headquarters, more handsome than she remembered, with his brown hair cut short and chiseled cheekbones. His piercing green eyes were exactly as she remembered. "I witnessed an assault on a police officer, and want to be sure my side of the story is on record." Trina felt her jaw drop in shock. Was Jeremy a mind reader now? How did he know that she'd thought about asking him to provide support for what had happened on Highway ZZ? It was becoming evident that avoiding Jeremy while he was here in McNally Bay would be impossible. 2. Trina's face showed shocked surprise for a brief moment before a guarded wariness crept in. Jeremy wasn't sure why she seemed to be wary around him, but she was. He couldn't explain why he'd felt the need to come straight here tonight rather than wait until daylight, other than he hadn't wanted to give up the chance to see Trina again. Ridiculous, as he was only in town long enough to attend Garth and Gemma's wedding. Once that was over, he was heading straight back to Lansing. To his career that now consisted of taking care of medical patients on the night shift, instead of doing surgery. The only bright spot in his career was the promotion he'd been given, one that put him in charge of all the hospitalists. Maybe out of pity for his situation, but he thought it might be a good distraction from the loss of his ability to operate. A male deputy looked pointedly between him and Trina. "You witnessed the assault on Deputy Waldorf?" "I did." He stepped forward. I'm the one who reported the intoxicated driver, then subsequently saw everything that transpired. That's great. Come in and have a seat. The cop's attitude became super helpful. I'd be happy to take down your side of the story. I'll head out to patrol the area if you're going to take his statement. Trina spoke up for the first time since he'd entered the building. Hold on, Trina. The deputy lifted a hand. This won't take long. I think it's best you stay here to rest your shoulder. Up close, Jeremy could read the nameplate over the deputy's breast pocket. His last name was Ryan. The way Ryan appeared to take care of Trina had him fighting a ridiculous flash of jealousy. After dropping into a seat near one of the desks, he looked at Trina, offering a wry grin. She returned his smile, but then quickly looked away. Instead of leaving as she'd previously intended, she crossed over to chat with the dispatcher on duty. It wasn't easy to tear his gaze from her. She was even more beautiful than she had been before, her auburn hair pulled back in a professional bun, her slate-gray eyes just as mesmerizing as they had been 10 years ago. Her figure was lithe and trim, holding an underlying note of strength. Seeing her again after all this time was unsettling, especially in her role as a sheriff's deputy. Start at the beginning, Deputy Ryan suggested. Jeremy described his call to 911 and how he'd continued tailing the driver until Trina arrived. Trina. Deputy Ryan lifted a curious brow. I knew her from several years ago and recognized her. He could feel his face turning red with embarrassment. He continued his story. She ordered the driver from the car and told him to face the truck with his hands against the vehicle. But he threw a punch at her, knocking her off balance. She tased him, but he still didn't go down. He was coming straight at her, so she used her baton to defend herself and to take him into custody. Deputy Ryan asked several more questions, including his name and address, before giving a nod. Okay, I think that's enough for now. We appreciate you coming forward with your statement. Of course. He glanced again toward Trina, who didn't seem to be paying him any attention. He rose to his feet and tucked his scarred hands into his pockets. Happy to do it. You're staying at the McNally Bed and Breakfast? Deputy Ryan asked. In case we have additional questions. Yes. Through the weekend. Was it his imagination, or had Trina stiffened at the news? I can stick around longer if needed. I'm sure that won't be necessary. Trina's voice came from across the room, proving she'd been listening to their conversation. Take care, Jeremy. Yeah, you too. Since he couldn't think of anything else to say, he left the building. His cell phone buzzed in his pocket and he pulled it out, noting the caller was his sister, Gemma. Where are you? Gemma's voice was lined with anxiety. We expected you an hour ago. I know, sorry about that. I got hung up. He decided not to go into detail. There was really no reason to worry his family. He hadn't told them much about the car crash that had injured his hands either. Luckily, they hadn't pushed. Mostly he knew, because they'd all been preoccupied with Jazz and Dalton's wedding. This weekend should be much the same. Enough chit-chat to get caught up without going into detail. He loved his siblings, but his younger twin sisters could be annoyingly persistent when they wanted to be. So where are you now? Gemma asked, breaking into his thoughts. 10 minutes away. I'll be there soon. Okay, we'll be waiting. After disconnecting from the call, he quickly slid in behind the wheel and started the car. He didn't run into any other intoxicated drivers on the drive along Highway ZZ, between the Clark County Sheriff's Department and the McNally B&B. When he pulled in, he hadn't even shut down the engine when the front door opened, revealing Gemma. Her blonde hair was pulled back from her face, similar to the way Trina's had been, and her dark brown eyes were full of excitement. Seeing her, and knowing the rest of their siblings would be showing up soon, made him smile. Hey sis. He swept her up into a quick hug. Sorry for the delay. It's fine. Gemma waved a hand, even though he knew she'd been worried. They knew about the car crash from 9 months ago, and he figured Gemma's imagination had gone a little wild. Hey Jeremy? Jazz, as dark as Gemma was blonde, was in the great room, greeting him with a broad grin. "Good to see you." "It's only been 7 weeks since your wedding," he joked. "Can't imagine you missed me." "Family is important," Gemma chided. "We finally heard from Jake that he's coming in from Ireland, too. I was worried he wouldn't make the trip." There were 6 McNally siblings in all, and Jake was the oldest of the bunch, with a wild playboy reputation of leaving broken hearts in his wake. Their eldest was a globe-trotter, although he had been in Ireland, a small town well outside of Dublin, for almost 5 months now. A new record as far as he could tell. Jeremy was second in line, then there was Jesse, Jonas and the twins, Gemma and Jazz. From what he'd been hearing, McNally Bay was proving to be the place to fall in love. At least for the younger McNallys. He and Jake had no intention of following in their younger siblings' footsteps. Where are the guys? He'd expected to find both Dalton and Garth with his sisters. Garth is sleeping, he has to work early in the morning, Gemma offered. And Dalton is finishing up at our place, Jazz added. Now that Gemma and Trey are moved into the garage apartment, we've been going full force on our renovations. He nodded, having remembered seeing the impressive redesign of the old Stevenson place that former architect Dalton O'Brien had created. The guy was talented, no doubt about it. "So where do you want me?" He gestured to his duffel bag. "I'm assuming one of the rooms upstairs." "Actually, we're putting you in the master suite." Gemma grinned. "First come, first serve." He was surprised they hadn't set the master suite aside for Jake, although maybe because they weren't sure he would even make the trip. Flying back and forth from Dublin to Michigan was pricey, and to do it twice in one summer was more than anyone had expected. "Thanks, I appreciate it." He glanced around the familiar great room, feeling a sense of coming home. Gemma and Jazz hadn't changed much from the way their grandparents had kept it, other than providing some badly needed updates. The cliffs of Maher painting his grandmother had done still hung over the stone fireplace, flanked by tall antique silver candlesticks. The deep cherry wood furniture was the same, the wood polished to a high sheen. The curved staircase leading to the second floor, where 6 bedrooms each with their own bathrooms were located, looked regal as always, and the rooms were perfect for guests staying at the B&B. "It's great to be back," he finally said. "I hear business is growing by the day." "It's fantastic, mostly because of Gemma's cooking," Jazz gushed. "The reviews related to our food are outstanding. And the photos from Jazz and Dalton's wedding have spurred great interest in our gazebo wedding package," Gemma added. "We're booked solid every weekend through September, and are already seeing bookings for next summer too." "I'm glad." He was proud of the twins for making something out of nothing, honoring their grandparents' memory by making the old McNally mansion a booming business. "Breakfast is normally served between 6 and 10, but if you can't make it then, just let me know." Gemma gave him another quick hug. "We're so happy you came, Jeremy." "Me too." He walked through the dining area, dozens of tables set up in front of the French doors that offered an amazing view of Lake Michigan, to the master suite. The bedroom was large with a nice king-size bed, the comforter and curtains various hues of navy blue and green. It didn't take long to unpack, and soon he was stretched out on the wide bed. But as exhausted as he was, his mind refused to settle. He couldn't stop thinking of Trina Waldorf. For some odd reason, he hoped to have a chance to reconnect with her over the next couple of days. Why? He had no clue. But the idea refused to leave him alone. Trina woke up the following morning, blinking against the bright August sunlight as her second-story apartment faced southeast. Her shoulder was stiff and sore, but thankfully not worse. Gingerly, she rotated her arm, satisfied that Eden hadn't caused permanent damage. He should be sobered up by now. She quickly headed for the shower. Her plan was to get information out of him before he was brought to court for his initial hearing. She and the other Clark County deputies had arrested other meth heads, but by the time they'd been questioned, the location of the meth lab had changed. She needed to get an early start this time. Seeing Jeremy last night had made her think about her brother. The last time she'd seen him, shortly before he'd overdosed, Steve had looked similar to Tim Eden, skinny, malnourished, lanky, greasy hair, unkempt body, jittery hands and speech. She'd taken him to a private rehab facility in Lansing, but he'd always signed himself out and gone back to using. A circular pattern that had led to hopelessness and eventually death. Don't go there. She tried to slam the door shut on the painful memories. The useless anger, the frustrating acceptance that the only one who could break the never-ending cycle of drug addiction was Steve himself. But he hadn't been able to do it. Her older brother, once so strong, so full of life, had vanished, leaving an empty skeletal shell of a man behind. Pulling her thoughts from Steve wasn't easy, but as she brewed coffee in her small kitchen, she forced herself to create a mental list of questions to ask Timothy Eden when she returned to headquarters. She dressed in a clean uniform, hoping the official look would be enough to convince Eden to cooperate. There were only a couple of DOS and public defenders in Clark County, and unless a prisoner had a lot of money to get a lawyer from Lansing, Battle Creek, or Kalamazoo, the public defender was his only option. Garth Lewis greeted her as she entered the building. "Hey Trina, heard you got punched by the meth head." Despite his light tone, his gaze was dark and serious. "You okay?" "I'm fine." She appreciated his concern, but she knew that if Alex or one of the other guys had been socked, that they wouldn't be all concerned about an injury. Sometimes it sucked being a woman in a male-dominated profession. Need to talk to Eden, though, in one of the interrogation rooms. Sure, but his lawyer is due any minute. The nurse from the clinic just left, too. Garth walked toward the cell. "You want to wait for Kenny to arrive?" He asked for a lawyer. She'd hoped to talk to Tim Eden prior to the meeting with his attorney. "First thing," Garth confirmed. He sobered up and began claiming he was assaulted by you and wanted his lawyer. Of course he did. She was secretly glad that Jeremy had provided his statement. "Hey, no need to worry. I hear Jeremy McNally witnessed the whole thing. I'm not worried." She gestured toward Eden's cell. "Let's get him situated in the interrogation room. Maybe Kenny will convince him to cooperate with us." "Sure," Garth agreed. By the time they had Eden cuffed and set up in the interrogation room, Kenny Travers arrived. Kenny was in his mid-50s, with a beer belly that hung several inches over his belt buckle. But while he obviously enjoyed eating and drinking, Kenny was no dummy. His eyes were sharp and keen with intelligence. "I'd like some time alone with my client." He gazed directly at Eden in the interrogation room. "Okay, but one thing for you to know, I'm looking for the meth lab, so any information from Eden about the location of the lab and names of the guys involved will earn him a lighter sentence. I'll take that under advisement." Kenny didn't let on if he cared about that or not, but disappeared inside the interrogation room. "I really want to find that lab," she muttered. "So far none of the names have panned out. I'm sure they're using fake ones. But getting our hands on the lab itself would be key." "I'm with you," Garth agreed. "Shutting it down would be great for the county. Finding out who's running the place would be even better. One step at a time." She nodded, knowing he was right. The location of the meth lab was important. Shutting it down would cause a break in the distribution of the drugs. There was also the possibility of finding key evidence inside the trailer, anything that may lead to the identity of the person in charge. Garth took off to patrol the town, leaving her to wait impatiently for Kenny to emerge from the interrogation room. 15 minutes later, the door opened, and Kenny gestured for her to come in. "My client is willing to cooperate," Kenny said as she took the seat across from Eden. "But I need to know what you have to offer." Trina knew it would come down to this. As much as she didn't like it, she was more interested in getting information on the meth lab than punishing Timothy Eden. "Everything I say here has to be accepted by the DA, but I'll toss out the resisting arrest charge if he tells me where the meth lab is located and who he bought the drugs from." Kenny let out a humorless laugh. "Not good enough." She ground her teeth together, then reeled out a little more line. "Fine. I'll drop the assaulting an officer charge as well, despite the fact that an upstanding citizen witnessed the entire altercation. But that's it. The rest of the charges related to driving under the influence second offense and driving without a license will stand. There was a moment of silence as Kenny considered her offer. I want proof the DA will agree. The DA wasn't going to argue, she knew it and so did Kenny, but she nodded. Fine, I'll get him on the phone. 10 minutes later, the deal was done. The location and names, she reminded Eden. We don't use names, Eden whined. Just nicknames. I bought the drugs from a guy named Boomer. Didn't that figure? This was always the problem when trying to nail the guys involved. The location then. She pushed a blank piece of paper across the table toward him, along with a stubby pencil. Draw it for me. Eden's hands were trembling with either fear or the aftermath of coming down off his high. She watched intently as he drew the location of the current meth lab trailer, using familiar landmarks. Thanks. The moment he'd finished, she grabbed the paper and left the room, feeling as if there wasn't a moment to lose. Trina was in her squad, heading down Highway ZZ in record time. She was startled to recognize Jeremy's car pulling out behind her. What was he doing here? She debated pulling over and sending him on his way, but she didn't want to waste time. It was already nearly 10 hours from the time she'd arrested Eden. 10 hours to have had the word of the arrest get out, spurring the guy in charge of the meth lab to move to a new location. Instead, she queued up Garth. Unit 4, this is Unit 7. I'm heading to the last known location of the meth lab, as provided by our perp. Requesting backup and assistance in getting a civilian off my tail. Unit 7, copy that. I'm en route to your location. What civilian? Jeremy McNally. There was a pause before she heard Garth let out a heavy sigh. I'm on it. She couldn't help but smile. Thanks. When she found the roofless barn, she pulled off the highway and took the old rutted dirt road toward the broken-down structure. From here, they'd need to go in on foot. She was out of her squad and walking toward the remaining 4 walls of the barn when she heard Jeremy call out her name. Trina. Annoyed, she spun around to face him. Stay where you are. This is a police matter. Don't go alone. Jeremy didn't listen to her command, closing the distance between them. You're not a cop or equipped to handle a potential meth lab. And Garth will be here any minute. She scowled. Why are you here anyway? Aren't there wedding plans to worry about? If there are, Garth would be involved. He's the groom, not me. Jeremy jutted his chin toward the sagging barn. Can't believe a storm hasn't brought that thing all the way down. She belatedly remembered the barn was just one of the teenage hangouts Jeremy and Steve had used 10 years ago. Go home. Her voice was weary. I can't be responsible for a civilian's safety. I don't like you going in alone, Jeremy repeated stubbornly. That guy last night assaulted you, who's to say the same thing won't happen again? Garth pulled up then, putting an end to their face-off. Garth clapped Jeremy on the shoulder as he walked by. I've got this. Go back to the B&B. Jeremy reluctantly stepped back toward his car. Trina pulled out Eden's map and showed it to Garth. Here, the trailer is estimated to be about 50 yards from the southwest corner of the barn. Let's go. Garth looked eager to get to work. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed as they made their way through the dense brush in the general direction Tim Eden had claimed the meth trailer was located. As much as they tried to be quiet, Trina knew they were pretty much broadcasting their approach to anyone who might be inside. When the brush thinned, indicating they were coming upon a clearing, she put a hand on Garth's arm to stop him. Maybe we should split up, she whispered. In case they run. Not happening, he whispered back. Ready? She took a breath and nodded. They moved fast now, bursting into the clearing with a rush. It was completely empty. Trina came to an abrupt stop, sweeping her gaze over the area. She could see a rectangle imprint on the land where the trailer had covered the grass, causing it to turn brown, but the trailer itself was gone. A wave of frustrated despair washed over her. They were too late once again. 3. Instead of going back to the B&B, Jeremy rested his hip against his car, doing his best to ignore the heat from the merciless August sun. As he waited, beads of sweat dotted his brow and rolled down his temples. Listening intently, he tried to gauge when Trina and Garth reached the trailer. When he'd first noticed Trina leaving the sheriff's department's parking lot, he hadn't known her destination. But since she'd been on her own and dressed in her uniform, he'd decided to follow so she'd have backup. Now that Garth was here, she was no longer alone, but that knowledge wasn't enough to make him leave. For some odd reason, maybe because he felt instrumental in getting Skinny arrested, he wanted to know more about what Trina and Garth were dealing with. Drugs weren't much different from alcohol. He hated the idea of people, especially young kids, becoming addicted to either substance. As a trauma surgeon, he'd saved many kids' lives, but the ones he'd lost haunted him. Especially once he'd been hit head-on himself. His personal issues aside, there was nothing he could do to go back and change the moment the drunk driver had come straight at him. The country's future depended on their ability to control the growing drug epidemic. The hot silence seemed to stretch forever. Where were they? Had they found the location of the meth lab? It was a good 15 minutes later when Trina and Garth finally emerged from the woods. He straightened from his position against the car, but he could tell by the dejected expressions on their faces that they hadn't found what they were looking for. Nothing, huh? No, and they've been gone for a while, likely sometime during the night. Garth let out a weary sigh. How do you know when they moved? He was curious as to what tipped them off. Because we found dried-out coffee grounds lying on the ground in one corner of the clearing, Trina responded. Her cheeks were pink from the warmth of the sun. He remembered from the summers they spent together that her fair skin was prone to sunburn. If we just missed them, the coffee grounds would still be damp, but they're drier than bone. I can't believe they slipped past us again. Jeremy glanced around the area. Could be they haven't gone far. We can still search. We know for sure the trailer was brought back through the brush to this dirt road. Garth gestured to the ground. The rest of the grass and brush surrounding where the trailer had been parked was undisturbed. No indication they left via another avenue. Trina walked along the edge of the dirt road, looking, he guessed, for tire marks. But when she'd completed her loop, she shook her head. Nothing here either. The ground has been dry, but there isn't even a hint of something heavy going off the dirt road in another direction. I'm sure they took the highway off to who knows where. We can drive around, see if we can catch sight of the trailer, Jeremy said. I'm sure it's slow and bulky, making it difficult to move quickly. Even with a head start, we still might be able to find them. Trina and Garth exchanged a glance, and he realized they'd already planned to do exactly that. Well, fine, he could search too. Another pair of eyes couldn't hurt. Go home, Trina repeated as she brushed past him. The scent of lilacs stirred his memories. I already told you, this is a police matter. The edge to her tone made him wonder if she was upset with him for some reason. Because he'd followed her today. Or because of something else. They'd been friendly during those summer vacations, he'd never crossed the line no matter how tempting, so he couldn't imagine he'd done something back then that caused her to hold a grudge. Her dismissive tone set his teeth on edge. Yeah, okay, maybe he had hoped to have lunch with her, maybe talk about old times. Get caught up on what Steve was doing these days. Again he winced at the flash of guilt. No reason he hadn't kept in touch with his old friend over the years. Sure, getting into medical school had been important, but he should have made time for his friends. Trina slid into her squad and drove away without looking back. She's right, you know. Garth came up to stand beside him. This is a police matter. Yeah, I get it. But I'm not sure why that means I can't keep an eye out for a trailer that looks suspicious. Isn't that what all cops want? For the general public to step up, to call in any hint of suspicious activity. To assist in getting criminals off the street. Garth didn't respond right away. Of course, he finally agreed. You should keep an eye out for anything unusual, but it would be best if you left the actual investigating to those of us who carry a badge. It's really for your safety and frankly ours. Having you show up in the wrong place at the wrong time could put us at risk. Put that way, it was impossible to argue. Understood. Jeremy tamped down a flash of annoyance as he headed toward his vehicle. Jeremy? He stopped and glanced back over his shoulder. What? Is there something between you and Trina I should know about? He tried not to react to his soon-to-be brother-in-law's keen perception. I knew her brother over a few summers years ago, that's all. Trina tagged along as Steve and I hung out together, but it wasn't like she and I went out or anything. It's not a big deal. Oh, I see. Garth's expression turned serious as he nodded. That makes sense then, why you're so anxious to help. Okay, see you later. Sure. Jeremy wasn't sure what Garth meant by his comment about why he was anxious to help, but decided to quiz him later. Right now, he planned to drive up and down the highways, looking for a possible drug trailer. His efforts proved fruitless. He even crossed paths with Trina seated behind the wheel of her squad, but she either didn't see him or acted as if she hadn't noticed him. Knowing his sisters were knee-deep in wedding plans, he decided to head into town rather than returning to the B&B. The wedding rehearsal was scheduled for later that afternoon, with a casual dinner afterward, so he knew he needed to return in time for that. When he pulled into Daisy's diner, he couldn't help but grin when he saw that Trina was there too, getting out of her squad. She was still dressed in her uniform, and he couldn't help wondering what she'd look like in casual clothes. Like tiny shorts and t-shirt, her usual outfit when they were younger. Trina, wait up. He threw the gear shift into park and quickly slid from behind the wheel. She hesitated in front of the diner doorway. Will you please have lunch with me? His offer seemed to catch her by surprise, and for a moment she glanced around as if seeking someone's help to bail out. It hurt that she didn't want to spend time with him, but before he could rescind his offer, she nodded. Sure, why not? Thanks. He hurried over to open the door to Daisy's diner for her, grateful for the cool blast of air conditioning as they headed inside. A quick glance around the packed diner proved it hadn't changed much over the years, other than maybe being more crowded than he remembered. I can't believe how packed it is. Trina frowned. We might have to wait for a table. We could try Bombay instead, he suggested. Bombay Pub and Grill didn't offer homemade food the way Daisy's did, but they had decent burgers. I don't mind where we eat. Again, Trina hesitated before giving a jerky nod. I guess Bombay works too. Great. He held the door for her as they walked back outside. Bombay was located on the opposite end of Main Street, and he was surprised at the number of tourists crowding the sidewalks. I don't remember summers being this busy 10 years ago. Trina slanted him a sideways look. Things change. True, but I remember the days being longer, quieter, with, I don't know, a more cozy feeling to them. He knew he wasn't making a lot of sense as he tried to put his feelings into words. Youth has a way of skewing reality, she responded. But as a sheriff's deputy, I can tell you that the rate of tourism has doubled in the past 5 years. It's good for those who live off the tourism industry, but not as great for those of us who are charged with keeping the peace. 5 years? He was surprised. That's how long you've been a cop? Yes? She didn't elaborate, and he found himself wondering if he'd have returned to McNally Bay sooner if he'd known she was here. Good for you. Good for Clark County, you mean? Trina's tart response made him smile. They're lucky to have me. That made him grin. This was the Trina he remembered, quick with a comeback for the older brother who tormented her. They sure are. Before he could say anything more, they'd reached Bombay. He held the door for her and followed her inside. The air conditioning was on here too, and the coolness was a welcome relief from the humid heat. Trina. How are you? An older guy sitting at the bar waved a hand as they approached the hostess stand. Good, George, and you? Her tone was warm, but for some odd reason, he didn't get the impression that she was thrilled to see him. Can't complain. He lifted a beer in her direction. Can I buy you a glass? No thank you, I'm working. Trina turned her attention to the woman manning the hostess station. 2 for lunch, please. Sure, right this way, deputy. Jeremy glanced back at George, who watched their progress as the hostess showed them to a booth. Once they were seated, Trina buried her nose in her menu. How do you know George? He already knew he was ordering the infamous Bombay burger. Is he one of the locals? Trina didn't answer right away, still scrutinizing the menu. Finally, she set the laminated paper aside and met his gaze. George Amos is a local, yes, but he was also a good friend of my Uncle Ricky. He tried to think back 10 years ago. Oh yeah, I remember now. You and Steve used to come here in the summers to visit your Uncle Ricky. Yes? She didn't elaborate as their server approached. George would like to buy you a round of drinks, she began. What can I get you? Iced tea for me, Trina said. And let George know we can't accept his generous offer. I'll have iced tea as well. Jeremy glanced back at George again, noting the older man was still watching them intently. Their server looked disappointed, but left to get their tea. Trina met his gaze across the table. Don't feel as if you have to refrain from having something stronger to drink, because of me. We can't allow the locals to buy us food or drinks, it would be viewed as a bribe. I don't drink. The blunt words were cold and flat, sounding different than what he'd intended. His gaze flickered briefly to his scarred hands before he looked away. It wasn't as if he ever drank excessively before, a social glass of wine now and again, but since that fateful night he hadn't ingested a single drop. Do you want to talk about it? Trina asked, her tone gentle. No. He was saved from answering when the server brought their iced tea and took their order. The last thing he wanted to do was to discuss his sob story. It was all he could do to keep the nightmares at bay as it was. Going through the events again would only make things worse. Jeremy McNally didn't drink. To say she was surprised was an understatement, and she couldn't help wondering what had happened. The way he'd glanced momentarily at his hands clued her in that there was something more to his statement than he was letting on. Not that it was any of her business one way or the other. Jeremy was only in McNally Bay for a couple of days. After the wedding, their paths were not likely to cross again anytime soon. The thought was a bit depressing, but she shook it off. So how is Uncle Ricky? Jeremy asked in an obvious attempt to change the subject. He passed a few years ago. Trina didn't want to explain that her Uncle Ricky had died of alcoholism. Addiction ran in the family, it seemed. And her uncle's death was one of the reasons she didn't like coming to the Bombay. His old buddy George still held up his end of the bar, drinking beer even though it was barely noon. It was her turn to change the subject. What about your family? I mean, I've interacted often with Gemma and Jazz over the past few months, and more recently Jesse too. But you have an older brother, Jake, right? Haven't seen much of him. Jake has been living in Ireland the past 5 months, but he's supposed to show up this weekend for Gemma and Garth's wedding. Jeremy shrugged as if he wasn't convinced. He was here back in June too for Jazz's wedding, but he didn't stay long. Frankly, the longest Jake has spent anywhere is this recent stint in Ireland. He's been quite the globe-trotter over the years, and I know Gemma and Jazz wish he'd find a way to settle down in one place. She nodded. Well, it's possible Ireland is his new place. Doesn't have to be here, does it? No, of course not, but he isn't an Irish citizen, Jeremy pointed out. I think he can only stay for 2 years on a work visa, and I'm not even sure he actually has one. He's only supposed to stay in the country 90 days without one. I'm not sure how he's working things out. He pretty much avoided the question when I asked. That's interesting. Normally she liked to solve puzzles, but frankly, she didn't really care that much about Jake. The eldest McNally was a neutral topic of discussion, nothing more. When there was a lull in the conversation, she braced herself for the inevitable. The main reason she'd agreed to have lunch with Jeremy was because she'd known it was only a matter of time before he asked about Steve. Logically, she knew it was better to face those questions now in a semi-private area than at the wedding. One she still wished she could avoid. When she'd briefly mentioned to Garth about not attending his and Gemma's ceremony, her colleague had looked upset, so she'd quickly assured him she'd be there. Despite her tangled emotions over Jeremy. Maybe once the subject of her brother was out in the open, Jeremy would leave her alone. She was already dreading the idea of seeing him dressed up. He still had the power to take her breath away, and that was while wearing casual jeans and a t-shirt. The image of Jeremy dressed in a suit or a tux was far too easy to conjure in her mind. "How is Steve doing?" Jeremy asked. "I feel bad that I haven't kept in touch with him over the years." Trina took a sip of her iced tea, then forced herself to meet Jeremy's gaze. "Why didn't you? Keep in touch, I mean." His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I don't have a good excuse," he admitted. "We had a lot of fun over our summers together, but when I returned to college in the fall, my focus was centered on getting good enough grades to get into medical school. I ended up interviewing all over the country, as far west as San Francisco and as far south as Miami, not to mention a myriad of places in between." He looked away as if sensing his excuses were just that, excuses. "Where did you end up?" The question popped out of her mouth before she could stop it, curiosity getting the better of her. A grin flashed across his features. "The Ohio State University School of Medicine," he answered. "Go Buckeyes." She waved a hand dismissively. "No way. Michigan State is much better." "Now you sound like everyone I work with," he joked. "Being a Buckeye fan when you work at Sparrow Health in Lansing, so close to Michigan State, is viewed as some sort of crime." He paused then asked, "Is that where Steve ended up?" "I remember he was planning to attend college after working that landscaping job for a couple of years. He told me he intended to run his own business someday, because he didn't like working for others. He intended to be the boss, not the other way around." Trina's smile faded, and she slowly shook her head. "No, Steve didn't make it to Michigan or any other university." "Why not?" Their server arrived with their food. Trina stared at her chicken sandwich, having lost her appetite. When they were alone once again, she met Jeremy's gaze. "Because Steve passed away 6 years ago." "What?" Jeremy's jaw dropped as the incredulous news hit hard. The horror in his eyes made her feel bad for being so blunt. Still, she felt that Jeremy should have known. Okay, maybe he had been distracted with being accepted into medical school, with his college life and his career. But couldn't he have at least called her brother? Tried to keep in touch. What happened? Jeremy's hoarse voice brought her out of her memories. Was it a car accident? Or an illness like cancer? Not a car accident. She had to push the words past her tight throat. But he did have an illness. Jeremy surprised her by reaching across the table to take her hand in his. He held it tight, as if he were trying to reassure her. "Tell me, Trina. What kind of illness did he have? I swear if I had known, I would have pulled every string in the medical community I had to get him the best care possible." She stared at their entwined fingers for a long moment before meeting his gaze head-on. "Steve didn't die of cancer, but of a drug overdose. He was an addict, Jeremy, and if you want to know the truth, I'm convinced his addiction started that day 10 years ago when I watched the two of you drinking in front of the campfire." "Wait, what?" He shook his head as if he hadn't heard her clearly. "Drugs? You're saying Steve was addicted to drugs?" "Crystal meth, to be exact." She subtly pulled her hand from his grasp, ironically missing the warmth of his touch. "And if you had been any kind of friend, you would have known this a long time ago. Now it's just too late." 4. Drugs. Crystal meth. Drinking beer around the campfire. Trina's words bounced around in his mind like ping-pong balls. He couldn't seem to wrap his brain around the news. The Steve he remembered had been fun, carefree. Not at all the type who would succumb to drug addiction. Then again, he knew that behavioral health issues, including substance abuse and addiction, could strike anyone. Rich or poor, young or old, it didn't matter. Anyone could find themselves in that situation. And while he knew Steve could have reached out to him, he needed to own his own actions. Or lack thereof. "I'm sorry." The words were inadequate, and he finally understood Trina's clipped attitude toward him. Garth's comment about why he cared about finding the meth lab made sense too. Garth had assumed that he'd known about Steve's addiction and subsequent death, and that it was the reason he was determined to help out. But he hadn't. Humiliation burned deep. Trina was correct. He had no one to blame but himself. "You're right. I should have known." She didn't say anything in response. The silence between them stretched long and uncomfortable. He forced himself to pick up his burger, even though his previous hunger had vanished. Trina took a bite of her chicken without enthusiasm. He wished they'd saved the heavy conversation until after they'd eaten. He'd been looking forward to having a Bombay burger. Now he wondered if he'd ever enjoy one again. "Is that why you've returned to McNally Bay?" he finally asked. "As a way to take on the meth labs?" "Yes." Her simple admission touched him. "I know there isn't anything I can do to bring Steve back, but I can work hard to prevent others from being pulled down into the same quicksand." "I'm sorry," he repeated. "I understand you're upset with me, and I wish I could go back and do things differently. But I can't. If it helps, I wish I had known. That I'd at least attempted to do something to help." "I know." The corner of her mouth tipped up in a sad smile. "I've played the what-if game over and over in my mind, until I think it will drive me insane. There's no point. What happened, happened. Nothing more we can do to change it." Learning of Steve's death from a drug overdose was a hard blow, and it made him glance down at his scarred hands once again. He knew he was lucky to be alive after the crash, even if it hadn't felt that way at the time. The best hand surgeon on staff at Sparrow Health had done a series of surgical procedures in an effort to repair his shredded tendons, and honestly, he knew that Overman had done a phenomenal job. He could use his fingers for everyday activities, which was important to him. But there was a persistent numbness, especially in the first two fingers of his right hand, that prevented him from picking up a scalpel. He knew he couldn't live with himself if he injured someone else by trying to maintain his career. So he'd walked away. It was the hardest decision he'd ever made. Trina surprised him by reaching out to touch one of the scars. "What happened? Looks painful." "Not anymore." He shrugged, then decided there was no point in avoiding the incident. She'd told him about Steve's drug addiction and overdose. It seemed only fair that he should share his sad tale. "I was hit head-on by a drunk driver about 9 months ago. I was wearing my seatbelt, but had my hands low on the steering wheel. I don't even remember why I was gripping it that way, but when the airbags deployed, my hands took the brunt of the crash. The steering wheel broke, and the edges ripped the tendons in my fingers." "I'm sorry to hear that." Her voice was low, husky with emotion, and he found himself mesmerized by the way she was tracing the length of his scar with her fingertip. "Are you still able to perform surgery?" He wondered where she'd learned he was a surgeon, then assumed Garth must have mentioned it at some point. "No. They put me to work taking care of medical patients instead, and as the newbie, I do a lot of third shifts. They also recently offered me a promotion, being in charge of all the medical docs." He didn't let on about how much he missed being a surgeon. Not just working in the operating room, but being on call, taking care of trauma patients. Sparrow Health was a level 1 trauma center, and there was always something new rolling through the door. His job had been interesting and fulfilling, and while he knew he was still helping to care for sick people, it just wasn't the same. "That's why you don't drink." He met Trina's gaze. "I was never much of a drinker anyway, but yes, being in that crash made me realize there was no reason to drink at all. Especially because I had 2 glasses of wine the night of the crash. Not enough to put me over the legal limit, but possibly enough to slow my reaction time. That was the true crux of the matter." He'd always wonder if the 2 glasses of wine he'd consumed had contributed to his crash. There was no way to know for sure. She drew her hand away and took a bite of her sandwich. "I feel the same way." He glanced back to see that George was in the process of buying another beer. He thought about how hard it must be for Trina to be here, in a pub of all places, and wished they'd waited for a table at Daisy's diner. "Don't," she said as if reading his mind. "I still care about George, even if I don't agree with his decisions. He was Uncle Ricky's friend, after all. And I can't avoid every place where there may be drugs or alcohol. I'd never be able to do my job." "I get it." He finished about half his burger, then pushed his plate aside. "Do you have any idea what kind of trailer you're looking for?" She lifted a brow. "One that has a kitchen, likely powered by propane. Crystal meth is baked in the oven, which sounds crazy in the heat of the summer." "You don't have any other identifying information?" he pressed. "We've heard a variety of answers." Her tone was wry. "Drug addicts aren't the best witnesses. It could be white, yellow, gray, green, or anything in between." He nodded and leaned forward. "Okay, great. What can I do to help?" Trina blinked. "Excuse me? Help with what?" "Finding the meth lab." Now that he knew what was driving her desire to shut it down, he felt more compelled than ever to offer his assistance. "Put me to work for the next few hours. I don't have to be back at the B&B until 5:30. The wedding rehearsal is at 6, with dinner afterward. That gives us roughly 5 hours to search for the whatever color trailer." "Don't be ridiculous." Trina pushed her half-eaten meal away too. "There's nothing you can do to help. We have plenty of deputy support working the case." "Really?" He didn't bother to hide the doubt in his tone. "Seems to me that you'll be awfully busy with tourist issues. Last time I was here, Garth mentioned that keeping the tourists from hurting each other was beginning to feel like a full-time job. Especially after bar time. Besides, I don't have anything better to do. Why not let me help?" "Because you're not a cop." Her exasperation was clear. When he opened his mouth to argue, she put up a hand to stop him. "No, Jeremy, it's not going to happen. The best thing you can do to help is to stay out of our way." He spread his hands. "When have I gotten in the way? Admit it, you found it helpful that I was there as a witness when that idiot assaulted you." "Yes, but this is different. You're asking to be involved in a formal search for ongoing criminal activity." She shook her head, tucking a stray strand of red hair behind her ear. "Not changing my mind, so just let it go." He remembered what Garth had said about his presence, possibly causing more harm than good. That made sense if he was actually inserting himself into an active crime scene. Obviously, he wasn't equipped to handle a crime scene when something bad went down. Yet he couldn't understand why his looking for a white, yellow, gray, or green trailer would cause a problem. But even more importantly, he didn't want this brief time he'd spent with Trina to end. He was attracted to her, in a way that made a mockery of his feelings toward Phoebe. 10 years ago, Trina had been a cute 17-year-old, but he'd been an adult at 21. He'd thought she was pretty, but he'd never ever crossed the line, except maybe in his mind. Partially because of Steve, but more because she wasn't even 18. But now, things were different. She'd grown into a beautiful, strong, capable woman. A deputy who was clearly more comfortable with a gun on her hip than without. She signaled for the check, but he quickly pulled out his wallet. "My treat." "Why?" Trina frowned. "There's nothing wrong with each of us paying for our own meals." "Please." He couldn't explain his need to pay for the meal he pretty much ruined. She looked as if she wanted to argue, but their server returned with a padded billfold and set it next to Jeremy. It was a sexist thing to do, but he gratefully snatched it up and slipped his credit card inside before handing it back. "I have to go." Trina rose to her feet. "Thanks for lunch." He stood, even though he needed to wait for his credit card to be returned. "Trina, would you be willing to take my cell number and give me yours too? I'd like you to call me if you need something." She appeared taken aback by his request. "I won't need anything. I have deputies who back me up, but thanks for the offer." He didn't want her to go, but he had run out of ideas to convince her to stay. "Okay. Take care, Trina. See you at the wedding." She tossed that over her shoulder as she made her way through the restaurant toward the door. The wedding. He sank into his chair, a goofy smile playing across his features. She was planning to attend Garth and Gemma's wedding. He was suddenly very glad to know he'd be seeing her the following day. Trina didn't know why she'd bothered to mention seeing him at the wedding, other than his request to exchange phone numbers had knocked her off balance. It wasn't as if their impromptu lunch had been some sort of date. Crazy to let her mind wander down that path. Jeremy lived and worked in Lansing, and her roots were firmly planted here in McNally Bay. He was only here for a few days. Once the wedding was over, he would drive his expensive car home. It occurred to her that she didn't blame him for the beer drinking incident any longer. They had been young, and sneaking beer wasn't exactly unheard of. If she were honest, she'd admit that drinking the beer could have been as much Steve's idea as Jeremy's. Easier to blame Jeremy than to look at herself. To realize that she hadn't known how bad Steve had been, how awful his friend's influence was on him, until he was far down the path to destruction. And despite how she'd convinced her brother to get clean, had paid for his rehab out of her own pocket, he always seemed to relapse. Nothing had worked. Only in death had he found peace. Trina kept her focus on searching possible locations of the trailer. She wasn't supposed to work days today, she was scheduled for second shift, but it made no sense to go home to change now only to return in a few hours. She was off on Saturday for the wedding anyway. As the groom, so was Garth. Some of the guys had been ticked that they hadn't been invited to the wedding, but Garth had ignored the jabs. In the end, Alex Rhine had agreed to cover her shift, which was nice of him. Maybe Alex had thought the offer would soften her up. He'd asked her out several times, but she'd always refused, knowing that getting tangled up with a coworker would be asking for trouble. Not to mention breaking policy. Besides, Alex liked to have fun. He was always looking for the next pretty girl. She'd known that was the real reason she'd found him chatting with Emily Hart, the dispatcher working last evening. Whatever. He was a decent cop, maybe not as dedicated as she was, but few had the same motivation to eradicate the drugs and crime from the area as she did. She made her way back to where she'd left her squad outside Daisy's diner, then slid in behind the wheel. The interior was stifling, so she rolled down the windows and backed out of the parking spot. As she turned onto Main Street, she caught a glimpse of Jeremy strolling casually to his car. She waved, smiling when he returned the gesture, then forced herself to concentrate on her next move. The dried coffee grounds off to the side of the clearing nagged at her. Was it possible the trailer had been moved in the middle of the night? If so, how could anyone involved in the drug ring have known she had Timothy Eden in custody? He'd been so high, they'd kept him in the cell without providing him a chance to make a phone call until he'd sobered up. Drumming her fingers on the steering wheel, she considered her options. She knew the last 4 locations the trailer had been. Should she check the areas used in the past? Or assume the drug manufacturer had taken the trailer someplace new? Battling a wave of indecision, she abruptly turned toward the first known location of the trailer. Maybe it was a fool's errand, but she couldn't afford to ignore the possibility that the trailer may have been brought back to that same area or one of the others where it had once been. She made sure to call in to the dispatcher to notify the department of her location. It was a requirement, considering they were mostly investigating complaints and other reports alone. 10-4, the dispatcher responded. The first clearing was located a good 20 miles from the site they'd discovered earlier this morning. The location was secluded, similar to the others where they'd learned the trailer had been located. When she arrived, she took a long moment to simply look around without disturbing anything. There was no sign of the trailer or any evidence of recent activity. Still, she pushed through the brush, waving away the mosquitoes until she confirmed the trailer wasn't in the area. When she emerged from the woods, she caught a glimpse of a black car, one that looked suspiciously like the kind Jeremy drove, disappearing down the road. The last 3 numbers on the license plate were 392. She frowned and reached up for her radio. "This is Unit 7. Will you please run the registration for Jeremy McNally? I need to know his license plate number." Just a moment. Trina could hear the dispatcher typing on the keyboard. He drives a black Audi, license plate AFT 890. Okay, thanks. Trina disconnected from the call, feeling foolish. Apparently, she needed to push a little harder to get Jeremy McNally out of her brain. Not good to be seeing things that weren't there. The second location wasn't as far. She reached the spot in less than 10 minutes, once again reporting her location to the dispatcher. But when she got out of her vehicle, she could see the old ruts, made when the trailer had been taken out in the middle of a rainstorm, were unchanged. Nothing had been brought through this spot recently either. Trina was hot, sweaty, and frustrated by the time she finished stomping around the second area where the trailer had reportedly been. She'd widened her search area in case they'd simply moved the trailer 50 yards from the previous spot, but without success. She opened her trunk and pulled out a mini cooler where she kept water bottles on hand. She downed an entire bottle, then carefully put the empty container back inside the cooler. Knowing she needed to check the third place, she headed in that direction, keeping an eye out for any sign of a car pulling a trailer. As she drove past the Pine Cone campsite, she frowned as an idea occurred to her. Would they try to hide in plain sight? Maybe, but then again, she highly doubted that they'd risk cooking meth around other campers where they might notice the sickly sweet or ammonia smell coming from the trailer. In some cases, she'd heard of meth cookers having a cat along to help explain the ammonia stench, but one cat wouldn't explain the chemical smell. At least not to anyone with half a brain. Then again, there was nothing to say the meth cookers couldn't have rented a couple of trailer spaces, so they weren't as close to the other campers. Encouraged by the thought, she vowed to return to the public campground once she'd verified the third location remained unoccupied. It took a while to get there because, of course, she'd caught a guy from Illinois speeding along the way. After verifying there were no outstanding warrants or other pending cases against the driver, she issued the speeding citation and let him go. The third location, and the least likely spot in her humble opinion, also appeared undisturbed from the last time they'd checked the area out. She repeated the same sweep around the area that she had on the two previous locations, but to no avail. With a surge of renewed energy, she turned around and headed back to the Pine Cone campground. This time, she didn't bother to put out a call through the radio to inform the dispatcher of her intent. Patrolling the campground wasn't anything unusual. It was something she and the other deputies did without being asked. Especially in the height of tourist season. The Pine Cone campground had been the location of a crime over 3 months ago when Gemma McNally's young son Trey had been kidnapped. Garth had killed a man during the rescue attempt mere seconds before she'd arrived. Since that time, the area hadn't been the source of trouble, but she drove through the windy roads, sweeping her gaze over the tents and pop-up trailers. There were a couple larger trailers, but they were parked in close proximity to other campers. One had a clothesline strung between two trees with swimsuits and towels hanging out to dry. The other had bicycles parked near the campsite. Nothing that struck her as odd. But then she caught a glimpse of something tan or yellow through the woods. She hit the brake and quickly got out of her squad. There was a dirt road that took a hard right, out of sight from the main campground. She caught a glimpse of a marker labeling the area as 51. She rested her hand on her gun as she walked down the path. A large old yellow rust-stained trailer was parked deep into the trees, which was unusual. She swept her gaze over the area, looking for signs of anyone being nearby, but the area appeared deserted. Had the trailer been left here for now, until it was time to move it again? She took several steps closer, lifting her hand to her radio, when she heard a twig snap behind her. She whirled around a second too late. Something struck her hard along the side of her head. Pain bloomed, but then there was nothing but darkness. 5. Jeremy felt ridiculous driving around all of Clark County searching for something that looked like a trailer used by meth cookers, but he couldn't seem to force himself to stop. He was still trying to wrap his brain around the shocking news of Steve's death. The happy, free-spirited guy he'd spent summers with had ended up addicted to drugs. To crystal meth. As a trauma surgeon, he'd seen his fair share of drug addicts coming into the trauma bay. They were more likely to be found down or involved in motor vehicle crashes or shot while doing drug deals. In Lansing, heroin was a much bigger problem than crystal meth, but the actual drug of choice wasn't the issue. The prevalence of drugs in their society was the true problem. Doctors, especially surgeons, got the blame for that too. He knew that some providers had more generous prescribing practices than others. He hadn't been one of them, but he'd known of a few who were. Part of the problem was that all hospitals and doctors were graded on how well they treated patients, and making sure their patients were satisfied with their pain control was one of the metrics. Years of trying to make sure patients weren't in pain had been the wrong approach. Now they had a full-blown epidemic on their hands. He glanced at his watch, noting the time was close to 3 in the afternoon. Maybe he'd cruise around for another hour, then head back to the B&B. Plenty of time to shower and change before the wedding rehearsal. As he approached the Pine Cone campground, he wondered if anyone had thought to consider the campground as a potential hiding in plain sight type of place. He slowed his Audi and turned onto the road that sported a sign welcoming him to the Pine Cone campground. The site was crowded, filled with all sizes of tents and campers parked relatively close together. The way the campground was laid out, it seemed crazy to believe that anyone would decide to cook meth here, so close to other people. His eyes widened in shock, though, when he caught a glimpse of a brown Clark County Sheriff's Department squad car parked near an overgrown area of the campground. The vehicle was there, but he didn't see any sign of an actual deputy. A warning chill snaked down his spine. Something was wrong. He pulled in next to the squad and pushed out of his vehicle, sweeping his gaze over the area. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary, which was perplexing. Who was the deputy who'd left the squad behind? Garth? Trina? Someone else? He moved around the area, looking for a sign of anyone being there recently. When he noticed a path leading through the brush, he headed in that direction. As he cleared the worst of the brush, he saw the supine body of a deputy lying on the ground. Seeing the glimpse of dark red hair made his breath catch in his throat. Trina. He rushed forward, his heart thundering in his chest. Kneeling beside her, he quickly examined her for obvious signs of injury. He ran his hands over her arms, legs, somewhat relieved not to find any broken bones, then leaned closer to examine her head. Trina. He gently palpated her scalp, finding a lump about the size of a robin's egg that likely hurt like crazy. Was it bad enough to cause a subdural hematoma? He desperately hoped not. Trina let out a low moan and shifted on the ground. Easy now, you have a bump on your head. He kept his voice low and soothing. Where else do you hurt? Just my head. She rolled over onto her back, her eyes squinting against the bright sunlight. What happened? He gazed down at her with concern. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me. Help me sit up. She didn't look strong enough to manage the feat by herself. Slowly, he cautioned, bracing his arm behind her back and easing her to a sitting position. Do you feel dizzy? Sick to your stomach? Have any blurred vision? I'm fine, Trina protested weakly. But I need to call dispatch, let them know to send someone to search the trailer. He frowned, wondering if her head injury was worse than he'd thought. What trailer? The yellow, rusty one. Raising one hand, she shielded her eyes as she glanced around the area. Wait a minute, where did it go? You found the trailer? He still had his arm around her, but looked around to see if he'd missed it. Where? It was right there. She waved a hand in the vicinity of an open area. Where did it go? He wondered how long she had been unconscious. I don't know, but we need to get you to the closest hospital. For a headache? Not happening. She gingerly felt along her temple, wincing when she found the lump. Not happy some jerk managed to get the drop on me. Listen, I'm a doctor, remember? You need to have a CT scan of your head to make sure there is no internal bleeding. We have a whole protocol for concussions. She let out a sigh. Help me up. He shifted so he could hook his arm beneath hers to lever her upright. She let out a low groan, and he belatedly realized it was her injured shoulder. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Trina stood for a moment as if getting her bearings. Then she glared at him. Why do you keep showing up, McNally? What part of not interfering with a police investigation don't you understand? What part of finding you unconscious with a head injury don't you understand? He wasn't about to apologize for showing up here and finding her. Now where's the closest hospital? She tried to take a step but swayed to the right. He caught her against him and anchored his arm around her slim waist. Kalamazoo, then Battle Creek. Take your pick. He was surprised. Nothing closer. Nope. She leaned against him as they made their way back to the spot where their vehicles were parked. We have a clinic here, but I don't think they have a CT scanner, just a basic X-ray machine. A basic X-ray machine isn't going to work. It would tell him if she had a skull fracture, but that was secondary to the need to make sure she wasn't suffering from internal bleeding. Bleeding into the brain could turn deadly. I'm fine, she insisted again, but her voice lacked conviction. You're not. He was growing annoyed with her stubborn streak. When they neared the vehicles, he decided she was in no shape to drive. I'll take you to Kalamazoo. I know someone who works there. Reggie will help me pull strings to get you in and out of the CT scanner in record time. I have to work tonight. Nope. Not with a head injury. Concussion protocol, remember? He could be stubborn, too. Call Garth, let him know you've been injured. She lifted her hand to her radio and called in to dispatch requesting to be connected with Garth. She moved away from him to lean against the squad. Garth, it's Trina. I'm at the Pinecone campground. I found an old yellowed and rust-stained trailer, but someone hit me on the side of my head before I could call it in. The trailer is gone now. Jeremy understood the frustration in her tone. I'll come get you, Garth offered loud enough that he could hear. No need, Jeremy McNally is here. But someone should come pick up my squad. I don't want to risk getting behind the wheel. No problem, I'll pick up another deputy and head over there. Trina's expression was grim. Thanks. 10-4. When she finally raised her slate-gray eyes to his, he saw resigned acceptance. You can't take me to Kalamazoo, you have the wedding rehearsal tonight, don't you? How about if I promise to stay home and rest, will that make you happy? I don't care about the rehearsal, and neither will Gemma and Garth. I'm sure they'll agree that making sure you're not seriously injured is far more important. Don't count on it. Garth was bonked on the head while protecting Gemma, and he refused to go in for treatment. It was surprising to hear that bit of news, but he didn't let that derail him from his plan. I promise we'll be in and out as quickly as possible, okay? She let out a heavy sigh. Okay. But I'm telling you, I'm fine. Thank you. He felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his chest. I appreciate your cooperation. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. She pushed away from the squad and gingerly approached his Audi. Jeremy opened the passenger door for her, a wry grin tugging at his mouth. Don't worry, I won't. She settled into the passenger seat, tipping her head back and resting with her eyes closed in a way that convinced him she felt worse than she'd let on. And while he was grateful she'd agreed to the scan, he found himself hoping and praying Trina would be back to her feisty self very soon. Trina told herself over and over again she would not throw up in Jeremy's car. Wasn't it bad enough that he'd come to her rescue for what felt like the 10th time since he'd gotten into town? She was used to taking care of herself, and she didn't want or need a man interfering in her life. Her headache had settled into a throbbing ache, but her stomach continued to roll. She opened her eyes and looked out the passenger side window. Immediately feeling better. Maybe she had a touch of motion sickness, which pathetically cheered her up. Rather that than to have a serious enough head injury to cause her to be off work for a while. This trip to Kalamazoo for a scan was a ridiculous waste of time, but she was too tired and sore to argue. Her shoulder injury was nothing compared to her headache, and she wanted nothing more than to crawl into bed and to stay there for the rest of the weekend. Being conked on the head was a good excuse to get out of attending Garth's wedding. She really didn't want to spend more time with Jeremy, yet she couldn't make herself bow out. Garth would be the one hurt by that, and maybe Gemma too. No, she'd attend the ceremony, but then she would make an early night of it. No one could blame her for that. Why did you decide to investigate the trailer alone? Jeremy's question interrupted her thoughts. Swallowing a flash of impatience, she turned to look at him. Because that's my job. We aren't staffed to go out 2 at a time, and normally there's no need for it. Being hit on the head isn't normal. Since that much was true, she couldn't argue. The crime rate in Clark County isn't too bad. But I know that Sheriff Donnelly has requested additional positions from the Clark County Board. They haven't approved them though. Why not? You obviously need them, Jeremy's tone was terse. Are they going to wait until something bad happens? It's always about the budget. Being held hostage over money was annoying to the deputies as well. I've proposed a K-9 program as a way to help put a dent in the drug business, but that costs more than you'd think. How much? Training alone is estimated to be around 20 grand, give or take a few thousand. And that doesn't count the food and general upkeep of a K-9. She shrugged, then winced at the twinge in her shoulder. I wouldn't mind supplying my own dog food and paying my own veterinary bills, but the county board wasn't willing to go that route. That seems short-sighted since it's still cheaper than a full-time cop, Jeremy pointed out. She lifted a hand. Preaching to the choir. He was silent for several long moments. I wonder if you shouldn't ask the community for help. What do you mean? You know, donations. Maybe sponsoring a community event, a carnival or autumn fest, something where the proceeds could go toward training a K-9 cop. As much as she hated to admit it, she thought he might be on to something. That's a great idea. He glanced at her. Why do you sound surprised? It's not like I'm a complete idiot. She laughed, then put a hand to her head at the flash of pain. I didn't mean to insinuate you were. I feel foolish for not thinking of it myself. I'm sure if you get Gemma and Jazz involved, they'd have even more ideas. They're having a great time with Goldie, Trey's golden doodle puppy. She thought about her plan of getting a German Shepherd as a K-9. There was a breeder in Kalamazoo who had a prize female who'd just delivered a new litter of shepherd pups about 6 weeks ago. And Lansing housed a really nice K-9 training facility. Was this a real possibility? She felt a sense of excitement. I like the idea of an autumn festival of some sort, especially if there was a raffle with prizes offered, maybe a variety of gifts from local sponsors. I bet Gemma and Jazz would be willing to offer up a free weekend at the B&B as one of the raffle prizes. I think they would. It's a great idea. She reached out to rest her hand on his arm. Thanks, Jeremy. He covered her hand with his. You're more than welcome. His low, husky voice sent shivers of awareness rippling over her skin. She dropped her hand and told herself to stop overreacting. It would be good for her to remember that Jeremy was a friend, someone who was lending her a hand when she needed one. By Monday, he'd be back in Lansing, hours away from McNally Bay. They reached Kalamazoo in what seemed like record time, and true to his word, Jeremy had smoothed the way for her to get a CT scan of her head without waiting. The scan itself didn't take long, but waiting for the results seemed to take forever. Finally, a short, stocky guy by the name of Reggie Scopter walked into the waiting room. Hey McNally, good to see you again. You too. Jeremy stood and shook the physician's hand. I appreciate you getting us in at the last minute. Yeah. Reggie waved it off. You'll be glad to know Deputy Waldorf doesn't have any signs of internal bleeding. But you know the drill. Concussion protocol indicates she needs to rest, meaning no screen time or reading until the headache passes. I'm right here. She stood, lifting her chin at the two men. Thanks, Dr. Scopter. I appreciate your help. The guy grinned. You're welcome. His pager went off, and he let out a sigh. Gotta run. Stay in touch. I will, Jeremy said to his retreating back. I told you this was a waste of time. Trina picked up the ice pack the staff had provided for her and gently pressed it against the bump on her head. "I'm fine. Concussions are serious, but I guess your head is harder than I thought." His tone was teasing, but he didn't look repentant on bringing her all the way to Kalamazoo for nothing. "Let's hit the road." She dozed most of the way back to McNally Bay. When she opened her eyes, she frowned when she realized Jeremy had brought her to the B&B rather than to her apartment. "What are we doing here? I thought you might be hungry. Gemma saved some of the rehearsal dinner food for us." She wasn't really in the mood for company, but the idea of eating something that she didn't have to cook had her pushing open her car door. Jeremy quickly came around to give her a hand. She felt self-conscious still wearing her wrinkled uniform, but followed him inside the large yellow mansion. "Hi, Jeremy." Gemma rushed in from the kitchen to greet them. "I'm so sorry to hear about your accident, Trina. I'm glad Jeremy was there to find you." "I'm fine." Trina smiled reassuringly. "I'm sorry to drop in on you like this, but Jeremy didn't give me a choice." "Don't be silly." Gemma's smile was gracious. "We had chicken parmesan, and I don't want the food to go to waste." "Sounds great, thank you." She followed Gemma into the kitchen, the enticing scent of oregano, basil, and tomato sauce making her stomach grumble with hunger. She took a seat at the picnic table and was disconcerted when Jeremy dropped down beside her. "How did the rehearsal go?" Jeremy asked as Gemma brought out 2 plates of food from the fridge and warmed them up in the microwave. "It was great." Gemma blushed, her gaze darting outside to where Garth stood talking to Dalton. She set one warmed plate in front of Trina, the second in front of Jeremy. "It's hard to believe we're getting married tomorrow." "You deserve to be happy, sis." The interaction between Jeremy and Gemma reminded Trina of her relationship with Steve. It made her sad, yet also brought back some nice memories. When her brother had been on drugs, she'd found it impossible to talk to him, to reason with him. She missed the guy he once was, over the addict he'd become. When they finished with their dinner, Trina rose to her feet, anxious to leave. "Thanks, Gemma. I think it's time for me to head home." "I think you should stay here." Jeremy picked up her empty plate and stacked it on top of his while carrying them to the counter. "I don't like the idea of you being alone." "I'm fine." Her tone was sharp with impatience. "I had the scan and was told I needed rest. Not watched overnight." He turned to stare at her, but she held her ground. No way was she spending the night here in the B&B. She needed distance. Her mission was about eliminating drugs, not having a family. Being around Jeremy and his sisters like this made her long for something she couldn't have. Him. 6. Jeremy opened his eyes, confused and disoriented by the strange surroundings, before remembering he'd fallen asleep on Trina's sofa. He sat upright, scrubbing his hands over his rough face. He needed a shower, shave, coffee, and breakfast, in no particular order. Trina's apartment was cozy and bright with bold colors, and displayed dozens of childhood photos of her and Steve. He wondered if she kept them out as a reminder of her mission to eradicate any and all meth labs located within Clark County. When he'd driven Trina home the night before, he'd insisted on coming inside to make sure the place was safe. She'd huffed with annoyance but let him in, then bade him a curt goodnight as she disappeared into her bedroom. He knew she'd expected him to leave, but the idea of her being alone all night bothered him. So he'd texted a quick message to Gemma letting her know he was staying, while reassuring her he'd be back in the morning. No way could he miss his sister's wedding. As it was, Jake had shown up just as he was leaving. Jesse lived in McNally Bay, so his getting to the ceremony wasn't a problem. Jonas and Bella were arriving from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, first thing this morning as well. The McNally siblings would be together once again. Possibly for the last time, since Jesse and Carla had already tied the knot with very little fanfare. He wasn't sure what Bella and Jonas's plans were. He thought about sneaking out of the apartment, no need for Trina to realize he'd spent the night, but as he rose to his feet, the sound of a door opening, accompanied by padded footsteps approaching, made him wince. Too late. Jeremy. Trina's voice was loud and appalled. How did you get in? He slowly turned to look at her. She was adorable with her tousled long red hair waving around her shoulders and her sleepy gray eyes. She wore fleece shorts topped with an oversized t-shirt, one he recognized as Steve's favorite. Seeing her like this made him want to kiss her. Swallowing the urge, he slid his hands into his pockets and tried to smile. I dropped you off last night, remember? Her mouth gaped open. You stayed all night? Don't be mad, I just wanted to stay close in case you needed something. I am mad. She crossed her arms over her chest. You had no right to make yourself at home in my apartment. You're right. I'm sorry. She blew out a breath, and her temper evaporated. Good thing I wasn't armed, or I might have shot you. Good thing, he agreed. I hear getting shot isn't much fun. He offered a tentative smile. How are you feeling? Fine. She shrugged, then added, better. My headache isn't nearly as bad as it was yesterday. I'm glad. Me too. She ran her fingers through her hair. I'll see you later, okay? It was a nice way of telling him to get out, and he couldn't blame her. He moved toward the door, then paused and glanced back at her. If you're hungry for breakfast, Gemma makes an amazing full Irish and sometimes offers her famous French toast with homemade brown Irish bread. For a brief moment he saw a flash of longing, but then it disappeared. Oh no thanks. I have things to do this morning. You're supposed to rest, remember? She stared at him in a way that told him he was wasting his breath. You'll still have time for errands. Might be best to start the day with a good meal. He wasn't sure why he was pushing the issue. He'd see Trina at the wedding later that afternoon. No reason to hound the woman. Are you sure you won't consider breakfast? According to the B&B reviews, Gemma's cooking is amazing. He thought she might be weakening, but then she frowned. Gemma shouldn't have to cook on her wedding day. Trust me, Gemma finds cooking and baking relaxing. Besides, Jazz doesn't have the same touch in the kitchen. She's better with a hammer. Trina smiled. I remember. She's amazing. Please? He gestured with one hand. I don't mind waiting until you get ready. Jeremy. She sighed. You are a pain in the you-know-what. He chuckled. Yeah, you're not the first to tell me that. Come on, you're hungry, right? Gemma's cooking is worth it. Fine. When she caved, he wanted to do a fist pump but managed to hold back. But it's going to take me about 30 minutes to shower and change. Not a problem. He walked back over to the sofa. Happy to wait. A super-duper pain in the you-know-what. She turned and disappeared back into her bedroom. While waiting, he texted Gemma to let her know he was bringing Trina for breakfast. Thankfully, his sister didn't seem to mind, just said she'd have a table for them when they arrived. He would rather have showered, shaved, and changed his clothes before sharing a meal with Trina, but at the moment spending time with her was more important than anything else. A warning flickered in the back of his mind, but he ignored it. Trina emerged exactly 30 minutes later, looking so incredibly beautiful he almost swallowed his tongue. She wore calf-length pink slacks topped with a white blouse. Her long hair was still slightly damp but flowed loose around her face. He was ridiculously glad she hadn't pulled it back from her face. I need you to drop me off at headquarters so I can pick up my car. Your car? He did his best to focus on what she was saying. Oh yeah. Sure. If you think you're okay to drive. Why wouldn't I be? Trina looped a bright pink purse over her shoulder as she walked to the door. Once I have my car, I'll meet you at the B&B. He nodded and followed her into the hallway, waiting as she took a moment to make sure the door was locked. There was a tiny part of him that didn't want her to drive herself. What if she changed her mind? When he realized how ridiculous he was being, he shook it off. He was only staying through the weekend. And even if he wanted to stay a few extra days, Trina was working. She wasn't about to take a few days off to entertain him. What would be the point? His life, The promise of a new promotion to resurrect his career was in Lansing, not McNally Bay. There wasn't even a freaking hospital in McNally Bay. Just a clinic. As much as he missed being a surgeon, he was still a doctor. Trina didn't say much during the short ride to the sheriff's department headquarters. The instant he pulled into the parking lot, she had her hand on the door. "Right here is fine, thanks." She jumped out of the car. "See you later." "At the B&B for breakfast, right?" He knew he sounded pathetic, but he couldn't help himself. "Yes, at the B&B for breakfast." She slammed the door shut and made her way to an older model Toyota Prius located nearby. He drove back to the B&B, keeping an eye on the Prius in the rearview mirror. The relief he felt when she followed him all the way to the house was ridiculous. What was wrong with him? He'd never gotten so attached to a woman in such a short period of time. When he turned into the driveway, he didn't see the Prius for almost a full minute. His heart thudded painfully, and he couldn't take his eyes off the road. Finally, the little egg-shaped car pulled in. He let his pent-up breath out in a loud rush of relief. Yep. He was toast. Toast that was burned beyond recognition. And he had no idea what he was going to do about it. Trina knew she shouldn't be here with Jeremy. Showing up to breakfast gave a sense of intimacy between them that would prove to be dangerous. She should be stomping mad. He'd slept on her sofa without her knowledge. Invaded her personal space. Pushed himself in where he didn't belong. All because of a little headache. Yeah, right. Yet holding on to a grudge wasn't her style. Her temper flared often but disappeared just as quickly. Her nature was such that she just couldn't seem to hold on to her anger. Jeremy should be happy about that. Her stomach rumbled as she followed him inside. Okay, so maybe the main reason she'd agreed to come was because she'd been dying to taste one of Gemma McNally's famous breakfasts. Everyone who stayed at the B&B raved about them, and breakfast happened to be her favorite meal of the day. Although the chicken parmesan the night before had been really good, too. "Hi, Jeremy, Trina." Jazz greeted them cheerfully and gestured to a small table. "What can I get you to drink? Coffee or tea?" "Coffee," they said in unison. Jazz's smile widened before she turned to fetch a coffee pot. Cream and sugar were in the center of the table, but Trina noticed she and Jeremy both drank it black. Cops didn't have time to be picky about what they drank, and she assumed surgeons were the same way. "What are you in the mood for?" Jazz asked. "The full Irish breakfast or Gemma's French toast?" "I'd love to try the French toast," Trina admitted. "I've been hearing about it for months now." "And I'll have the full Irish," Jeremy added. "Coming right up." Jazz went back into the kitchen, then returned a few moments later with rhubarb bread and blueberry muffins. "Enjoy." The blueberry muffin melted in her mouth, and Trina was secretly glad the B&B only offered breakfasts to their guests, and not to the general public, as it would be difficult to find the willpower to stay away. Her facial expression must have given her away, because Jeremy grinned. "I told you Gemma was amazing." No argument here. She eyed the rhubarb bread, but then thought about the green sheath she was planning to wear to the wedding. Better not. Nice view of Lake Michigan. She gestured to the French doors that were open, allowing a nice breeze to come in through the screen doors. "I can see why this place is doing so well. My younger sisters are doing a great job." "What was that I heard?" Jazz refilled their coffee mugs. "Something about how great we are." Jeremy chuckled. "Don't let it go to your head." Too late. Jazz took the coffee pot back to its warmer, then returned to their table. "Hey Jeremy, we were hoping you could look into getting an autopsy report for us." "Autopsy?" Trina raised her brows. "Who died?" "Lucy Tate. She was 16 when she died, and that was over 50 years ago." Jazz grimaced. "I'm not even sure how to get a hold of her autopsy after all this time. We were thinking that since you're a physician, you might be able to get it with less hassle." "Lucy Tate." Trina echoed, trying to keep up with the discussion. Why do you want to know how a 16-year-old died over 50 years ago? It's kind of a long story, but it involves our father who apparently dated Lucy when they were young. Jazz stood. Let me get your breakfast, and I'll fill you in. Trina sipped her coffee, thinking about grumpy old Leon Tate and his daughter Mary. They didn't cause trouble for the deputies, although they have been vocal about how much they despise the McNallys. Was Lucy's death the root cause of their animosity? Their breakfast was served 5 minutes later. One taste, and Trina quickly understood what all the fuss was about. The French toast was incredible, and Jeremy's full Irish looked good too. Jazz filled a mug of coffee for herself, then returned to their table. What do you think, Jeremy? Can you get the autopsy? I can try, but they may not give it out to anyone who isn't family. And I doubt they're open on the weekends. Jazz groaned. I don't suppose we can convince you to spend one more day in town before you head back to Lansing. Trina flushed when Jeremy looked at her questioningly across the table. Was he asking her opinion? She dropped her gaze and took another bite of her meal. Why not? Jeremy shrugged. I can find someone to cover for me in exchange for picking up a weekend shift. But why don't you fill Trina in on the whole story, then let me know what you hope to learn from the autopsy? Jazz glanced at Trina. You remember the vandalism I experienced when I first arrived? When she nodded, the McNally twin continued. Well, we soon learned Leon and Mary Tate were holding a very significant grudge against the McNally family. We didn't know why until Gemma found a letter in the attic written to a woman named Lucy. It was signed with the initial J, but we soon figured out that the person who wrote the letter was our father, Justin. We learned through Mrs. Cromwell and from Irene Templeton, Carla's mother, that Justin and Lucy were young and in love when they were barely teenagers. When Jazz paused to sip her coffee, Trina asked, So what does that all have to do with Lucy's death? I'm getting to it. Jazz set her cup down, her eyes serious. Seems Lucy died in a boating accident one night when she and 4 boys, including our father, were out on the lake. Our dad was driving the boat. There's a rumor that she had a wound on her temple that may have occurred prior to her death, and well, there's also a rumor that Lucy may have been pregnant. Pregnant? Jeremy repeated in shock. No way. Jazz held up her hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm not saying I believe it, but that's the rumor. Lucy Tate and Irene Templeton were good friends. Irene claims that Lucy told her she was pregnant with Justin's child. Wow. Trina had never heard the story about Lucy Tate's death, but then again, she hadn't grown up in this area either. But honestly, Jazz, even if all of that is true, what does it matter now? It won't change the fact that Lucy is gone. No, it won't, Jazz agreed. But knowing the truth might change the Tates' view of the McNallys. Don't count on it, Jeremy advised. Some people refuse to see what's right in front of their faces. I agree with Jeremy, Trina added. Leon especially is old and set in his ways. I doubt anything will change his opinion of your family. Well, I want to know the truth, and so does Gemma. Jazz turned her wide green eyes on Jeremy. Please? Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll look into it. Thanks, Jeremy. You're the best. Jazz smiled. Trina took another bite of her French toast, thinking about what had happened more than 50 years ago. Any idea who else may have been with Lucy on the boat that night? We've been trying to find that information too, Jazz admitted. Leon Tate won't talk to us, and Carla's mother hasn't been all that forthcoming either. Although she did mention that Justin's best friend at the time of the accident was some guy named Benjamin Maynard. Benny Maynard? Trina sat up straighter in her seat. Are you sure about that? I'm sure. Jazz frowned. Why? Does that name ring some familiar to you? Trina swallowed hard and reached for her coffee. Benny was a friend of my Uncle Ricky. Really? She nodded slowly, her mind whirling. Yes, George Amos, Benny Maynard, and my Uncle Ricardo Del Rosa were all good friends. Wow. Jazz leaned forward eagerly. Where is your Uncle Ricky now? Any chance we can talk to him? Trina slowly shook her head. No, unfortunately, my uncle passed away a few years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. Jazz reached over and gently squeezed her hand. She nodded, remembering how her uncle had fallen down the stairs to his death. All because he couldn't stay away from the pub. What about George? Jeremy's question pulled her mind from the memories of the past. Would he know anything about what happened all those years ago? Trina instantly regretted opening her mouth about her uncle being Benny's friend. I doubt it. George has a drinking problem. I have a feeling he won't be coherent enough to tell you anything about something that took place over 50 years ago. Would you mind if I tried? Jazz pressed. If he doesn't remember, that's fine, but I'd like to check just in case. She forced a smile. I'll ask him for you. I think George is more likely to open up to me than to a stranger. Jazz exchanged a glance with her brother, then nodded. Okay, great. Thank you. No problem. Trina looked at her plate of half-eaten food, her appetite gone. She wished she hadn't come to breakfast with Jeremy. Her role here in Clark County was to protect the citizens of Clark County while dealing with eliminating the meth labs. Delving into her own family history was not something she wanted to do. She had a bad feeling nothing good would come from poking a sleeping bear. 7. The minute Trina finished eating her French toast, she stood to leave. Jeremy didn't want her to go, but knew that he was being ridiculous, as she'd be back in a few hours for Garth's wedding. Thanks for breakfast. Her smile seemed strained. I'll see you at the ceremony. I'll save you a seat. Jeremy walked her through the mansion to the front parking lot. She lifted a brow as if put off by the thought of sitting beside him, but she didn't say anything as she slid in behind the wheel. With a quick wave, she drove off. The urge to tail her was strong, but he knew following her again might be viewed as stalker-ish, so he turned away. Today was Gemma and Garth's day. Trina was a deputy, more than capable of taking care of herself. His role was to support Gemma and Garth during their wedding. When he returned to the dining room, he found Jake seated at a table. His drawn features betrayed the extent of his jet lag. Hey. Jeremy dropped down beside his older brother. You look like you could use more coffee. Yeah. I'm too old for this, Jake muttered. He lifted his mug and took a sip. This better be the last wedding for a few years. Jeremy studied the eldest McNally. Jake wore his dark brown hair longer than the rest of the brothers, and he was the tallest of them all too. Did you come alone this time? Or did you bring what's her name? Brianna Murphy, Jake responded as if without thinking, then grimaced. No, things didn't work out. They never did with Jake, but Jeremy didn't bother to point that out. How are things going in Dublin? Jake lifted a shoulder. Good, I guess. But I'm feeling the urge to move on. That wasn't anything new either. Jake didn't stick around in one place for long. The guy had a knack for making money through investments in a variety of businesses, and Jeremy wondered what he'd been doing in Ireland. Before he could probe Jake for more information, Jonas and Bella arrived. Jonas was walking without any assistive devices and without difficulty, which was amazing since he'd just gotten his left lower leg prosthesis 7 weeks ago. Hey Jake, Jeremy. Jonas lightly punched them both in the shoulder before dropping down into a chair. It's good to see you guys again. We just saw you at Jazz's wedding in June, Jake pointed out. But then he nodded at Bella. However, it is great to see you again, Bella. Thanks. Bella was a pretty, spunky brunette who'd used her bulldozer of a personality to break through the walls around Jonas's heart. It's a wonderful day for a wedding, isn't it? If you fancy weddings, Jake muttered. Come on, sourpuss, cut our little sister a break. Jeremy was annoyed with Jake's attitude. She deserves this after everything her lousy ex-husband put her through. Garth really loves her and is a great role model for Trey. I know. Jake held up his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, guess I need more sleep. Take a nap, Jonas advised. Don't take your exhaustion out on the rest of us. Jake grunted, drained his cup, and rose to his feet. Later. He disappeared through the dining room, hopefully taking Jonas's advice to go to his room for a nap. Something wrong? Bella asked with a frown. He seems upset. He's jet-lagged, and apparently isn't seeing Brianna Murphy any longer. Jeremy shrugged. Could be the breakup is bothering him more than he wants to admit. Oh, I remember Bree from Jazz and Dalton's wedding. She was lovely, Bella gushed. Her accent was adorable. Jeremy remembered thinking that Jake and Bree made a cute couple, and wondered what was really going on. At 35, Jake was the oldest McNally, yet apparently the least likely to settle down. Maybe he'd have time press Jake for more information later. Jake might not be one for staying in one place, but he wasn't normally this surly. He felt certain something more was bothering his older brother. He looked at Jonas. Did you get the task list from Gemma? She's putting us to work. Jonas grinned. Nope. She told me all I have to do is show up on my own 2 feet. He gestured to his leg. Mission accomplished. In that case, you can help me decorate the gazebo. Gemma wants that white see-through flimsy stuff draped in a way that frames the gazebo opening where they're exchanging their vows. We also need to put the blue and gold bows on the pillars. I don't know, Jonas hedged. I might fall. Why would you fall just from standing? Aren't you the one who's trying to learn how to jog with your prosthesis? Bella flashed a wide, innocent smile. I'm sure you can handle draping a few yards of tulle. Spoilsport, Jonas groused. Faker, Bella returned. Jonas grinned and gave her a quick kiss. Jeremy felt a pang of longing as he watched the banter between Jonas and Bella. After losing his leg in Afghanistan, his younger brother had not only learned how to walk again, but he'd learned how to laugh and fall in love. As much as he told himself he wasn't interested in getting married, he couldn't deny that seeing Jonas, Gemma, Jazz, and even Jessie all happily paired up and settled down made him realize how lonely he was. Did Jake feel the same way? As the 2 steadfast bachelors, he couldn't help thinking that maybe, just maybe, they were actually missing out on something great. The image of Trina Waldorf flashed in his mind. She'd been absolutely beautiful, casually dressed in her pink slacks and white blouse, reddish gold hair framing her face. He'd admired her as a deputy, but even more so now. She hadn't been gone for a full hour, yet he already missed her. Not a good sign. He was fast becoming obsessed with a woman who had no interest in him. Trina had been anxious to get away from the McNally B&B, but now she couldn't seem to think of anything other than the family whom she was growing fond of. It was all Jeremy's fault. He was messing with her mind, getting in the way of her mission. She enjoyed Gemma and Jazz. The twins were doing a nice job of bringing revenue to Clark County. Trina recently helped Jesse and his new bride Carla with some trouble they'd had over the 4th of July holiday. Yet she was having trouble putting Jeremy in the same category as the other McNallys. He didn't fit neatly in the friendship box where he belonged. It wasn't smart to admit how attracted she was to him. Not just because he was handsome, that was a trait all the McNallys shared, but because of how he seemed to care about the meth lab and seeking justice. She was looking forward to seeing him later that afternoon for Garth and Gemma's wedding. Enough. She really needed to focus on something else for a while. Like maybe the man who'd assaulted her in the Pinecone campground. If only she'd gotten a glimpse of the perp. Humiliating that she'd allowed some meth head to get the drop on her. As a trained cop, she should have been able to hear him come up behind her. Meth addicts weren't known for their ability to sneak up on people. She wasn't dressed for duty, but that didn't stop her from taking a drive through the Pinecone campground, slowing down as she reached the area where she'd seen the yellow, rust-stained trailer. It was gone now, of course, and she despaired of ever finding it. How was it possible the owner of the trailer continued to be one step ahead of the cops? As she rounded the next bend, she was surprised to see a sheriff's deputy squad parked off to the side of the road. The deputy on duty was Alex Rhine, and it appeared he was just sitting behind the wheel, staring out at nothing. She slowed her vehicle, then pushed the button to lower the window. Hey Alex, what's up? Oh hey Trina. He flashed a belated smile, as if he'd been caught daydreaming. Thought you were off today. I am, but figured I'd drive through the campground anyway. She sighed. No sign of the trailer, huh? Not yet. But I've been questioning the campers in an effort to uncover a lead. And? She couldn't help feeling hopeful. So far nothing. She let her breath out in a whoosh. That sucks. I know, but don't worry, we'll find it. She nodded and lifted her hand in a wave. Later then. He waved back, then put the squad in gear and headed off in the opposite direction. After stopping at the grocery store and throwing in a load of laundry, Trina found her apartment claustrophobic. Normally she loved sitting around on her days off. After all, her job consisted of constantly being out and about, patrolling the county. But not today. She thought about the information Jazz sought about who may have been on the boat that night, over 50 years ago, when Lucy Tate drowned. Bombay Pub opened at 10:30 in the morning on Saturdays, and she knew George would be there waiting to claim his spot at the bar. She didn't really want to talk to George Amos, but she knew it would be far better to approach him when he was sober than waiting until later in the evening when he wasn't. She went back outside and walked up Main Street to Bombay. As expected, George was seated inside at the bar with a full beer in front of him, even though it was only 11 in the morning. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile on her face as she crossed over to sit on the stool beside him. Hey George. Trina. George acted as if he hadn't seen her in Ian's rather than yesterday at lunch. Then again, it was possible he didn't remember anything about the day before. What are you drinking? Oh, nothing for me, thanks. She waved the bartender away. Come on, Trina, a man shouldn't drink alone. Especially not at 11 in the morning, but she didn't voice the thought. Actually, George, I wanted to ask you about Justin McNally. Justin? George squinted at her. Heard he and his wife passed away about 6 years ago now. Something about a train crash, or maybe it was a plane that went down. Yes, that's true, they passed away in a train crash. But you grew up here, and knew Justin when he was a teenager, didn't you? George shifted his gaze from hers and lifted his glass to take a large gulp of his beer. Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Who was that handsome guy you were with, huh? You got a new boyfriend or something? He's just a friend. Her cop instincts went on full alert. George was acting as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Because it brought back bad memories of Lucy's death. Or because there was something to hide. Your Uncle Ricky would be proud of you. George stared deep into the amber depths of his glass before taking another healthy sip. You gotta let me know if that boyfriend of yours gives you any trouble. I'll be happy to give him a stern talking to. She fought the urge to roll her eyes. He's not my boyfriend. Can we please go back to Justin McNally for a minute? I'd like to know if you remember who Justin liked to hang out with. Your Uncle Ricky. George glanced at her but then looked away. Can't really recall who else. Again, her instinct screamed something was amiss. Not you. Oh well, sure. George appeared flustered. But I was a year younger than Justin and Ricky, so I can't say I was close to them back then. You weren't on the boat the night Lucy drowned? George startled, making the beer slosh in his glass. It was already half gone, or it would have spilled. Why are you asking about that night? Lucy's drowning was a terrible accident. Those of us who knew her, especially Justin, have suffered enough over the years. No sense in dragging up those bad feelings all over again. Interesting how he avoided answering her question. If not for her gut telling her there was more to this story, she would have left it alone. George, please. She placed her hand on his forearm. I know it's painful to talk about, but this is important. I really need to know who was on the boat that night. I assume Ricky and Justin were there, along with Lucy. Who else? There was a long pause as George stared down at his drink. I dunno. She didn't believe him. Leaning closer, she gently squeezed his arm. Don't lie to me, George. Were you on the boat that night? No. The sharp denial startled her. I had no part of what took place, and you can't force me to talk about it. Whatever he knew was festering deep down. Was that the reason he came to Bombay each day, to drink himself into oblivion? George, please. I'm not asking to get you or anyone else into trouble. I'm only asking for names, nothing more. But he was already shaking his head. Are you arresting me, Trina? Is that what this is about? Arrest you for what, George? She was beginning to worry about him. Is there something you want to tell me? Again a long pause as he avoided her gaze. Patrons, mostly tourists, were making their way inside the pub for an early lunch. Finally, he turned to face her. I got nothing to say. I wasn't there on the boat that night, and I don't know anything about what happened to Lucy. Okay, I understand. She tried to smooth things over. I'm sorry to bring up painful memories. You must have cared about Lucy. She was beautiful. His comment surprised her. Like a rainbow on an otherwise cloudy day. The way he waxed poetic made her smile. Sounds like you knew her well. George shrugged and took another gulp of his beer. She deserved better. Better than what? Trina was afraid to press too hard, knowing it wouldn't take much for George to shut down again. The older man grimaced and shook his head. Better than what happened to her. Do you think her death was Justin's fault? She felt as if she were dragging the story out of him, inch by painful inch. George opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he hunched his shoulders. I dunno. I wasn't there. I heard he was driving the boat. Everyone in town knew he liked to go fast, despite the no-wake rule after dark. Probably was his fault. And that's why Lucy fell overboard? Because Justin was driving too fast. There were still holes in the picture George was painting for her. Maybe. George's tone lacked conviction. She wanted to press for more information, but she didn't think the older man was willing to open up. I'm sorry, she repeated. I didn't mean to make you sad. George nodded, then finally looked her directly in the eye. His were dull with resignation. If you want to know more, you should talk to Abe Crowley. Abe Crowley? She turned the name over in her mind, trying to remember who he was. You mean the owner of the McNally Bay boat rental? George nodded and polished off the last dregs of his beer, signaling for the bartender to fill it up again. Abe was there that night, and he's lying if he tells you otherwise. I will talk to him, thanks, George. She patted his arm. I appreciate you telling me. You didn't hear it from me. The steel underlying his tone gave her pause. Clearly, whatever had taken place on Lake Michigan all those years ago had continued to fester below the surface. I won't implicate you in any way, George, I promise. Take care of yourself. George simply lifted his fresh glass for a drink. As Trina slid off the bar stool and walked back outside, she sighed. She was right about the fact that nothing good would come from poking into the past. But now that she'd started down this path, it was too late to walk away. After speaking with George, she wanted to know what happened the night of Lucy's death as much as the McNallys did. 8. Guests began to arrive at the gazebo at about 3:30, as Gemma and Garth's ceremony was scheduled to start at 4 in the afternoon. But as the hour approached, there was no sign of Trina. Jeremy figured he'd looked at his watch a dozen times in less than 10 minutes. He finally caught a glimpse of a stunning redhead wearing an emerald green sleeveless dress walking toward him. His mouth went dry as he watched her approach. If he'd thought she was beautiful before, she was breathtaking now. Jeremy. She gave him a nod as she reached him. Looks like a nice crowd. Yeah. His voice was low and gravelly. He did his best to pull himself together. You look incredible. Thanks, you look nice too. A bit warm but nice. I'm dying. It's near 80 degrees out here. The sun was high in the summer sky, and he could feel sweat beading along his temple. Why was it that the women got to wear less layers in the summer while the men had to wear more? It was completely illogical. I'll see you after the ceremony. Trina turned away. Wait. Why not sit with me? He reached out to snag her hand to prevent her from leaving. We're in the first row. The front row is for family, she protested. Besides, I'm a friend of the groom, which means I'm supposed to sit on the other side. Please don't make me sit alone. Jake is walking Gemma down the aisle. Dalton and Jazz are standing up as best man and matron of honor. Both Jesse and Jonas are ushers. I'm doing a couple of readings, but that's it. I'd mingle, but most of the locals are strangers to me. She glanced at their clasped hands, then nodded. I guess there's no reason I can't sit with you. Her less than enthusiastic response rankled, but he was pathetic enough to be grateful. Good. We'll take seats at the end of the row. Okay. She gently tugged her hand from his. By the way, I spoke to George about your father's boating incident. He pointed me in the direction of Abe Crowley. Who? He didn't recognize the name. Owner of the McNally Bay boat rentals. But keep it quiet, she cautioned. George doesn't want anyone to know he spoke to me about this. Why not? That didn't make any sense. It happened more than 50 years ago. Her brow furrowed. Exactly, but he really didn't want to talk about it. I pretty much had to drag the information out of him, and that's when he told me he didn't want to be known as the source of information. That's odd. Jeremy noticed Garth was flagging him down, indicating they were just about ready to start. We can talk more about this later. We'd better take our seats. Jeremy stood beside Trina, hyper-aware of the lilac scent of her skin. He watched Jazz and Dalton come down the aisle first, followed by Trey as the ring-bearer. The guys were wearing light gray tuxedos, and the girls were in peach-colored dressed. Even Trey wore a little tux and seemed to understand the importance of his role. Finally, the wedding march began to play. Jake escorted Gemma down the aisle, the bride beaming with happiness, her gaze centered on her husband-to-be. The pang of loneliness hit him again as Gemma and Garth stood on the platform of the gazebo, facing each other and holding hands. Jazz pulled the long train of Gemma's gown out of the way, but Gemma didn't seem to notice, her gaze focused solely on her groom. They were sweet and obviously very much in love. It made him long for someone who might look at him the same way. He gave himself a mental shake. What was wrong with him? During Jazz and Dalton's wedding, he'd been glad to be done with women. When Phoebe left him, there had been an initial shock and anger, but then an undeniable sense of relief that she was gone. Like the pressure being let out of a tire valve, he felt as if he could relax and be who he was, instead of who she'd wanted him to be. Besides, there was enough going on with his career, especially the pressure of his new role as managing the hospitalists, to keep him distracted. He didn't need someone else in his life, complicating things. Glancing at Trina, he knew she was a really big complication. But not one he wanted to run away from. No, in this case, he found himself wanting to run toward her as if begging her to complicate his life. Nutso. He was going out of his mind. His troublesome thoughts caused him to miss a good portion of the ceremony, until it was time to do his reading. He pulled it off without a hitch, then returned to his seat. After the bride and groom exchanged heartfelt vows, the ceremony was over. Everyone clapped with enthusiasm, as Garth swept Gemma into his arms for a long kiss. They looked so happy. Trina sighed. I've never seen Garth smile so much as he has in the past few months. Gemma too. I heard she had a rough time of it when she first moved here from Bloomington, Illinois. She did. Trina's expression turned serious. When her son was kidnapped, we were shocked. That kind of thing just doesn't happen in McNally Bay, or anywhere else in Clark County. Frankly, I'm glad they found each other. He wanted to add that he was glad to have found Trina again too, but just then Gemma and Garth were down the aisle, and the rest of the family were exiting their seats to follow. The evening reception went by quickly. After an hour of pictures, Jeremy was able to shed his gray jacket and roll up his sleeves in deference to the heat. The nice breeze coming in off the lake helped too. Servers passed around appetizers, along with glasses of champagne or sparkling grape juice. Everyone mingled and gushed over how well the McNally B&B was doing as far as bringing in tourists, especially now that there were so many gazebo weddings taking place. The B&B was full every weekend through September, either with weddings or family reunions. Rosie's flower shop has doubled their business this year compared to last summer, Mrs. Cromwell said. And it's all because of the McNally wedding package. I'm glad to hear it. Jeremy was only half listening, his attention centered on Trina, who was laughing at something Jake was saying. Jealousy burned low in his belly. Excuse me, Mrs. Cromwell. He didn't give her a chance to respond, but moved toward his older brother. If Jake thought he could swoop in and steal Trina out from underneath Jeremy's nose, he was dead wrong. Hi, Jeremy. I was just hearing all about Jake's trip to Monte Carlo during the Formula One race. Did you hear how he damaged a $50,000 car? And the owner didn't even get upset with him. Only because he had a much more expensive car to play with, Jake pointed out helpfully. If not for that, he may have gotten a little ticked. No, I hadn't heard about that adventure, but Jake tends to run into trouble everywhere he goes. He tried not to sound as jealous as he felt. Honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't run into any issues in Dublin. Who says I haven't? Jake countered. Jeremy leveled him a stern glare, warning him to back off from Trina. Really? What's the latest? Never mind, my life is boring. Jake took a sip of his drink and scanned the crowd. By the way, I need a ride to the airport tomorrow. His previous annoyance with his brother faded. So soon? Who flies from Dublin to Michigan and back again in 24 hours? I have to get my things and look for my next destination. Jake shrugged as if he couldn't wait to leave the wedding reception. I couldn't say no to Gemma, but my role as surrogate father is over. I've escorted both Jazz and Gemma down the aisle, and now that they're happily married off, I'm anxious to get out of here. There's a flight from Kalamazoo to Chicago at 1 p.m., and from there I'll find something to Dublin. Jeremy frowned. We loved spending summers here as kids, remember? Why not stick around, relax a bit? Jake shrugged. It's not my thing. Excuse me. He drifted off to where Dalton stood with Jazz. He seems, I don't know, uncomfortable here. Trina looked at him curiously. I remember you being here 10 years ago, but I don't remember ever meeting Jake. Jake didn't come back that year. Now that he thought about it, Jake hadn't come back until this summer and then only for Jazz's wedding. He has a restless soul. Seems odd that he doesn't have the same family ties as the rest of you do. Trina's observation had him raising his eyebrows. I hadn't thought of it that way. Well, as a cop, I've learned to read people pretty well. Was he always such a loner? We were closer when we were young, then our careers got in the way. While her observations were dead on, Jeremy really didn't want to talk about his brother. Did you get enough to eat? There's more food inside. I'm fine. Trina looked out at the lake. It must be so nice to wake up to this view every day. I have to agree. Lansing is a great city, but located in the center of the state, the scenery isn't as nice as this. He paused, then added, Would you like to walk along the lake for a bit? She glanced down at her heels as if debating the wisdom, then nodded. She kicked her strappy sandals off and picked them up. Ah, much better. Those things were killing my feet. Let's go. He took the sandals from her hand, then cupped her elbow as they crossed the lawn. The closer they got to the lakefront, the less they could hear the chatter from the reception. This is nice. Trina gazed at the water with a hint of longing. A sailboat bobbed along the waves, the wind carrying it slowly back to shore. She waved at it. I used to dream about learning how to sail. Why didn't you? She sighed. Steve needed a lot of help over the years, and once he was gone, I lost interest. You can't stop living your life because of Steve's addiction. Easy to say. She sent him a sidelong glance. Steve's death changed me. I see things differently now. Do you think that's what Steve would have wanted? He wasn't sure why he was troubled by her single-minded focus on the meth lab. If he were here, I'm sure he'd tell you to relax and learn to sail. She lifted a shoulder, not taking her gaze from the lake. I don't know. Maybe. He looked at Trina, finding her far more fascinating than the lake. He dropped her sandals, then took her hands in his. Steve loved you, Trina. Please don't stop living your life because of his death. Her dark eyes were troubled as she turned to face him. I miss him so much. Not the addict, but the man he was. She swallowed hard. To be honest, I grew to detest the addict. The man who took no responsibility for staying clean. The man who stole from me so he could get more drugs. The man who constantly whined about how unfair life was treating him. To his horror, her eyes filled with tears. He pulled her close, cradling her against him. Trina, please don't do this to yourself. She buried her face in his chest. There were times I hated him. Do you understand that? I hated him, and my first thought when he was found dead was relief that I wouldn't have to keep dealing with him. Relief. What kind of sister am I? A good one, he assured her. He kissed her temple and hugged her tight. Addicts know how to manipulate people, twisting things to their advantage. Truthfully, it's part of their illness. Trina's arms snaked up around his neck, holding on tight. I haven't been able to let go of the guilt, she admitted in a muffled tone. Steve's been gone for 6 years, and I haven't been able to get over feeling guilty that his death was somehow my fault. That I didn't do enough for him. That maybe if I'd handled things differently, he'd still be alive today. He ached for her, and wished there was something more he could do to help. He'd taken care of many addicts during the past few months in his new hospitalist role, and he'd learned that while there were some great programs out there, the resources were scarce, and all too often patients with addiction relapsed more than not. He continued to hold Trina close, stroking his hand down her back in a soothing gesture. She felt wonderful in his arms, and he could have held her there forever. But after a few minutes, she stirred and pulled away just enough to look up at him. Thanks, Jeremy. He cupped her cheek with one hand, reveling in the softness of her skin. You can lean on me anytime, Trina. A smile tipped the corners of her mouth, then she surprised him by drawing his head down so she could kiss him. Their lips clung, then meshed with desire. The embrace turned electric, and he couldn't help deepening the kiss, enjoying her sweetness. It was so much better than anything he'd ever imagined. He crushed her close and lost himself in the embrace. It was only when they needed to breathe that they broke apart, but even then he didn't let her go. Trina gazed up at him with a bemused expression in her eyes, then gently pulled away. Wow. That was, she didn't finish. Incredible, he offered helpfully. Amazing. Her smile faded. But I need to go. I have to work in the morning. He wanted to protest, but he knew that if the situation were reversed, he'd want to be well rested for work too. He sensed that asking her stay home and rest would be useless. Okay. He bent to retrieve her sandals. I'll walk you back. She didn't say much as they made their way back to the reception. Someone had music playing from their phone. Gemma and Garth were swaying together in the gazebo, gazing deep into each other's eyes. Within moments, the song ended with a burst of applause. Garth took Gemma's hand, and they came down from the gazebo as another song started up. Trina stepped up to Garth. Beautiful ceremony. I hope you'll both be very happy together. You're leaving? Garth gave Trina a quick hug. Thanks for coming. And for working for me tomorrow. No problem. Trina gave Gemma a brief hug too, then turned toward the house. He escorted her through the living space and waited while she put her sandals back on. When they reached her egg-shaped Prius, he found he couldn't let her go. Trina, will you have dinner with me tomorrow night? Oh, well, sure. The way she stumbled over her response bothered him. I'd like that, but you need to know that I may not get off work on time. The weekends around here can get crazy. It's not like I punch a clock. That's fine, I'm willing to be flexible. He pulled out his phone. Will you give me your number? This time she didn't hesitate, but offered the information as he punched the numbers into his phone. Good night, Jeremy. She leaned up to brush a chaste kiss on his cheek. Good night. He wanted to kiss her again, but he knew rushing her wouldn't help. He didn't head back inside until he couldn't see her taillights any longer. And as he joined the party, he wondered if there was a way he could continue seeing Trina despite the 100 miles that separated them. Trina pulled out onto Highway ZZ, trying to ignore the impact of Jeremy's kiss. Her entire body felt warm and flushed, as if she'd been immersed in a hot tub. The urge to stay longer at the party, to spend more time with Jeremy, was impossible to ignore. How had things gotten this far between them? He'd been so sweet, so supportive as she'd confessed her darkest secrets around Steve's death, that she hadn't wanted to let him go. But Jeremy wasn't hers to hold on to. Maybe he'd stay until Monday, but then he'd head back to Lansing, leaving her here in McNally Bay. It wasn't just the distance, but her personal mission. She could likely get a job in Lansing, or any other city for that matter. Her career was the one area in which she excelled. But she couldn't leave McNally Bay, not when her goal was to eliminate the meth labs. Logically, she knew drugs were everywhere. Lansing no doubt had them too. If she wanted to relocate, the current sheriff, Ed Donnelly, would give her a good reference. Yet she couldn't find it in her to leave. Donnelly had initially supported her idea of developing a K-9 cop program, but then had nixed it because of the lack of funding. Jeremy's idea of getting the community involved was a good one, and she decided to work up the idea with more detail on her downtime. The idea of becoming a K-9 cop filled her with anticipation. She was so lost in her thoughts, she missed the turnoff leading into town. Mentally rolling her eyes at her idiocy, she went several more miles and found a good spot where she could turn around. As she picked up speed, a pair of headlights blinded her from behind. She flipped her rearview mirror to minimize the glare. The driver didn't turn off the high beams and also didn't appear to slow down. The lights grew bigger and brighter at a rapid pace. Instinctively, she pressed on the gas, increasing her speed. She felt certain the driver would slow down, he or she had to see her. The lights came dangerously close, higher than hers, like those from a large truck. In a heartbeat, she knew this was no accident. The driver was coming at her on purpose. Her car lurched with a jarring thud as the car struck hers from behind. She did her best to keep the Toyota on the road, pulling off to the side in a vain hope the vehicle would pass by, but then she was struck a second time with more force. The back end of her car swerved. The steering wheel jerked. Trees loomed before her, and the next thing she knew, the airbag exploded in her face. 9. Trina. Are you all right? She turned her head to the sound of Jeremy's voice. The driver's side door was open, and he was crouched down so his eyes were on her level. She didn't think she'd lost consciousness, but felt dazed as if her face and body had been punched by a dozen professional boxers. Why was it that every time something happened to her, Jeremy was the one to find her? These attacks were escalating to the point they were personal. Who wanted to hurt her? And why? Easy now. He put his hand on her shoulder to prevent her from getting out of the Prius. I need you to tell me what hurts. Everything. She lifted a hand to her face to see if she was bleeding. She wasn't. How did you get here? I don't remember calling you. I drove. He was looking at her with concern. Trey wasn't feeling well, so I offered to run into town to pick up something to settle his stomach. I couldn't believe it when I saw the taillights off the road. I panicked when I recognized your car. I called 911, someone should be here soon. She wished he hadn't bothered. Did you see another vehicle? Like maybe a truck. Her hand instinctively went to her belt, but she wasn't armed or wearing her uniform. She was dressed for a wedding. A black truck passed me by, but I wasn't paying much attention to it or the driver. Jeremy put his hand on her shoulder. Give me a minute to examine you before you get out of the car. I'm fine. Her headache had returned, likely from being struck so soon after the initial blow the day before. Thanks to the airbag, I don't think I've broken any bones. Jeremy ignored her, running his hands up and down her limbs, then palpating her shoulders, neck, and her head. The bruised area from the day before was still tender, making her wince. "Okay, I'm going to help you stand." "I'm not an invalid." She turned in her seat, intending to stand under her own power. But her knees were wobbly, and without Jeremy's arm around her waist, she figured she'd have fallen face forward into the brush. For the second time in less than as many hours, Jeremy held her in his arms, close to his chest. She wanted to lean on him for strength and support, but knew that a deputy would be on scene shortly. As a female cop, she couldn't afford to show signs of weakness. The deputy vehicle rolled toward them, lights flashing but no sirens. When Deputy Nathan Beck slid out from behind the wheel, she let out a low groan. "Did you swerve to avoid a deer and lose control of your car?" Beck's expression held disdain. "A truck struck me from behind twice." She kept her tone even, despite how she wanted to smack the smug expression from his face. "This was no accident." "Really?" Beck didn't bother to hide the doubt in his tone. Instead, he took out his flashlight and aimed the beam along the back of her car. Jeremy scowled as the deputy shrugged and clicked the light off, shoving it back into the loop on his belt. "No evidence of that, but if that's your statement, I'll go with it." "It's the truth." She leaned against her crumpled car, hoping Beck wouldn't notice how her hands were shaking. "This is the second attack against me in 2 days." Beck lifted a brow. "And why is that? Who could possibly be holding a grudge against you?" "Maybe the guy working the meth lab. I've made no secret of my intent to shut them down." Beck didn't seem impressed with her theory. Then again, he was rarely impressed with anything she did. He was an old-school cop all the way, and full of resentment that he hadn't been voted in as sheriff during last year's campaign. Why he continued to work the graveyard shift was a mystery to her. "Hey Beck, I think you missed a spot." Jeremy had his phone flashlight application on, and was holding it steady on the back end of her car. "This looks like black paint or rubber from a bumper to me." Beck joined Jeremy and leaned close. "Could be." "Take a photo as evidence," she directed. When he didn't move, she pushed away from the car. "If you don't, I will." "Don't get your panties in a twist." "I'll get the photo." Beck pulled out his cell phone and snapped several pictures. She noticed Jeremy did too, and wanted to kiss him for that. She didn't trust Beck's photos to make it into the report, but at least she'd have Jeremy's as a backup. The sound of an ambulance siren made her wince. Her stomach rolled, and she knew that despite the airbag's cushion, she could easily have another concussion. More protocol baloney. No way was she going back to the hospital. Even though she felt lousy, she fully intended to work the following day, simply so she could investigate this incident with a tenacity she knew Beck lacked. "Radio dispatch, have them call the ambulance off," she told Beck. "I'm fine." "They'll want to check you over regardless," Beck told her. "Jeremy is a doctor. I think his opinion is more important than the EMT's." "Actually, I think it's best if you go in again for another scan," Jeremy said. "No." She kept her voice firm, refusing to give in this time. "I don't feel nearly as bad as I did the other day, and that scan turned out to be fine. Going again is a waste of time and money." She looked at her car and sighed. "But it looks like I need a tow truck." "I'll have dispatch call one." Beck turned and walked back toward his squad, speaking into the radio hooked to his collar in a low voice. She was sure he was letting the dispatcher know that a deputy was involved in the crash, and likely wasn't giving the additional details about how she'd been targeted on purpose. Whatever. She'd write her own report as an addendum to Beck's. He could gloss over this all he wanted, but she'd make sure everyone knew her theory. She needed to figure out who was behind these attacks and why, before there was another, more successful attempt against her. Jeremy didn't like anything about this. Not Nathan Beck or the fact that someone had purposefully slammed into Trina, causing her to crash in the woods. He was thankful she wasn't hurt too badly, but he was still worried about the possibility of another concussion. Coming upon her car, front end smashed into the trees, had given him a flashback of his own crash. He curled his damaged fingers into fists. He was glad she'd gotten out of the car without any apparent injury, despite how his crash had ended his career. Yet the whole thing made him angry. Finding Trina sitting and staring blankly at the shattered windshield had sent his pulse skyrocketing with fear. "Tow truck is on the way," Beck announced as he returned to the scene. "And the ambulance is here." Trina protested, but the EMTs checked her out and had her sign a waiver before they'd leave. Jeremy wanted to assure them he'd look after her for the remainder of the night, but he didn't want to argue about his staying in her apartment again, especially not in front of Deputy Beck. The jerk looked bored with the whole scene. Jeremy knew that if he hadn't found the black smudge on Trina's car, the idiot would have written the whole thing off as a possible deer avoidance crash or some other type of nonsense. "Do you need anything else from me?" Beck asked once the ambulance drove away. "I'd like to get back into town before the tourists start throwing punches at each other." "Go?" Trina's clipped tone made him want to cheer her on. "There's nothing I need from you." Beck frowned as if sensing he'd been insulted, but then turned to head back to his squad. Seconds later, Beck was back out on the highway heading toward town. That guy couldn't see a piece of evidence unless it smacked him in the face. Jeremy didn't hide his disgust. "You need to file a complaint against him." "For what?" Trina waved a hand. "Being a jerk isn't a crime. He didn't even bother to verify your story." He was outraged by the deputy's incompetence. "I had to point out the black mark, he never saw it." "Thank you for that, and for taking a photo too." "No problem." He considered calling the sheriff to let him know how much of an idiot Nathan Beck was. He didn't want the complaint to backfire on Trina, but something needed to be done about the guy's sucky attitude. And Jeremy really wanted to be the one to take him down a peg or two. But for now, Trina was his one and only priority. "Do you remember any details about the black truck? Make, model, anything?" Trina asked. "Nothing other than it was big. I'm not a car guy, that's Jess's area of expertise." "I know, but Jessie wasn't here." Her gaze turned thoughtful. "Unfortunately, black trucks are fairly common, but maybe I can narrow it down by running a list of trucks registered to people living in Clark County. It may offer a clue as to who might be involved." "Good plan." He admired her ability to find a way to narrow down the list of suspects. Glancing at his watch, he winced. Gemma was waiting for Trey's medicine. "I need to call Gemma, let her know I'll be a while." "No reason for you to stay," she argued. "The tow truck should be here soon, and I'm sure the driver will drop me off at home." "I'm not leaving you alone." He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his list of recent calls to find Gemma. What if the driver of the black truck decides to swing by again? Beck won't be any help, that's for sure. "I'll be fine," she insisted just as his sister answered the call. "Jeremy? Is something wrong?" Gemma's voice held concern. "Yeah, Trina was involved in a car crash. I haven't made it to the store yet." "How's Trey?" "He actually just fell asleep. And the store is probably closed by now anyway, so no need to pick anything up. I think Trey just had too many cupcakes." "I'm glad to hear he's asleep." He hesitated, aware of Trina listening to his side of the conversation. "I'll check in with you later." "I get it, you're going to stay with Trina again." Gemma knew him all too well. "Don't worry about checking back with me, I know where to find you if needed." "Thanks, Gemma, and congrats again. Garth is one lucky man to have found you." "We found each other," Gemma corrected. "And I'm blessed to have such an amazing husband and stepfather for Trey. I hope Trina feels better soon. Good night, Jeremy." "Night." He disconnected from the line, then straightened when a pair of headlights loomed on the horizon. "I hope that's the tow truck." "Me too," Trina agreed. The tow truck rumbled toward them, pulling off to the side of the road. It didn't take long for the driver to sling up the front of the Prius. The driver shook his head as he took note of Trina's credit card information. "You need to call your insurance company. I hate to tell you, but this baby is likely totaled. From what I can see, the engine block is cracked, and with the airbag deployment, there's no way they'll end up paying for repairs. I will. Trina waited until the tow truck rolled away before following him to his vehicle. I hope Sheriff Donnelly will allow me to use a squad while I wait for the insurance payout. If not, I can help you. The words popped out of his mouth before he could stop them. He opened the passenger door of his Audi for her. You can borrow my car. I'll get a rental. That makes no sense. She slid into the passenger side seat. The insurance company might approve a rental for me since I'm the one without a vehicle, not you. Besides, getting permission to use the squad is easier and more cost-effective. Her stubbornness made him sigh. He could understand why she'd want to be strong in front of a jerk like Beck, but why not allow him to help? Despite the fact that he was no longer a surgeon, he was still earning a physician's salary, which had to be more than triple hers. The ride to her apartment was silent. Jeremy wondered if her head injury was worse than she'd let on. But when he walked her to her apartment door, she put a hand out to stop him from following her inside. Nope. You're not sleeping on the sofa again. Go back to your family. Her voice gentled. You don't get to see Jake very often, right? I promise I'll call if I need anything. But you shouldn't be alone. Nice try. She went up on her tiptoes to give him a kiss that was over way too soon. Good night, Jeremy. Before he could respond in kind, she slipped into the apartment and closed the door behind her. As he stood there, he heard the deadbolt slide home. Turning away, Jeremy couldn't figure out why he was so hung up on a woman who seemed determined to reject him. The following morning, Trina overslept, which made her 5 minutes late for work. Alex jumped up when he saw her, concern in his eyes. Hey, I heard what happened. Are you okay? I'm good. Anything new going on I need to know about? No sign of the meth trailer, if that's what you mean. Alex looked annoyed. I can't believe we can't find that stupid thing. Yeah. Last night, after Jeremy had left, she'd gone over every detail she could remember about the 2 attacks against her. The first one was obviously related to the meth lab trailer, but what about the second? She'd been coming back from Gemma and Garth's wedding. Why send her crashing into the woods? There was only one logical answer. To make her death look like an accident. It stunned her to realize that whoever was after her was escalating to the point they wanted her dead. Or at least injured badly enough that she'd be incapacitated for a long time. She really needed to learn who was financing the meth lab because she knew, deep in her bones, she must be getting close. Why else was the attacker escalating? Well, I'm heading home, Alex said. I worked for Kevin last night. Doug Carbine is already out on patrol. He's taking the downtown area and giving you the outskirts. He figured it would be less active to be on the highways rather than dealing with the downtown tourists. She nodded. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Get some sleep. Once she was alone in the main office area, if you didn't count the dispatcher, Trina logged on and went to the DMV database. It was a clunky government system, more tailored to punching in license plates to get a registration rather than performing actual searches, but she managed to run a list of all licensee holders in Clark County. From there, it was easy enough to download into a spreadsheet and to search by vehicle make and model. She was surprised to find so many different kinds of trucks, and there were far more than she anticipated. But as she was scrolling through the list, one name caught her by surprise. Gregory Beck. She sat back in her chair for a moment, thinking about Deputy Nathan Beck. She knew he had a younger brother, Greg, but finding out he owned a black Ford pickup gave her pause. A coincidence? Maybe. Yet the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but think it made sense in a sick sort of way. Who better to keep one step ahead of the police than to have a brother who was a sheriff's deputy? Even the timing of the first trailer move made sense. She'd arrested Eden, and once Nathan had heard the news, he'd put his brother on alert to move the trailer. A pit of dread grew in her stomach. She'd always sensed Nathan didn't like her. Was this the reason why? She'd made no secret of her brother's addiction, and her determination to put an end to the meth labs in the area. She'd entertained some wild theories, but never something like this. Yet she couldn't take this to Sheriff Donnelly. Not without something more than a deputy's brother having a black truck like the one that had sent her skidding into a tree. She turned her attention back to the list, determined to see if there were any other black truck owners who might be of interest. Another one caught her eye, Abe Crowley. The same guy George had claimed would have information about the night Lucy Tate died. By the time she finished with the list, she'd found a few other names, ones that only made things more complicated. Herb Miller drove a black Chevy and worked as the bar manager at Bombay. There were too many possibilities. Any one of them could be involved with the meth lab. Or none of them. It could be a dark gray truck, or even a navy blue or dark green truck. Or someone from any of the surrounding cities. Her late-night idea seemed ridiculous in bright morning sunlight. Too many suspects and not enough clues to go on. She shut down the computer and rose to her feet. Time to get to work. As she drove through the county, she found herself searching every car to see if it was a black truck. To distract her from her attempt to find something out of nothing, she decided to head over to the McNally Bay boat rental facility. It wouldn't hurt to use the black truck hitting her as a way to talk to Abe Crowley. It would be nice to move forward in at least one of her investigations. There was nothing worse than spinning in a circle and going nowhere. Using her radio, she told dispatch she was heading downtown. Crowley's boat rental was busy. She had to wait in line just to talk to the teenager manning the desk. "Is Abe Crowley available?" The teenager's eyes raked over her uniform. "Is my dad in trouble?" "Dad?" The kid looked young, barely 18, but then again, it could be that Abe had either waited to have children or was on his second marriage. "No, I just have a few questions." "What's your name?" "Ian Crowley." "I'm Deputy Waldorf." She smiled to keep him off balance. "I understand your dad drives a black Dodge Ram truck." Ian preened. "I drive it more than he does." "Really? Were you driving it last night, maybe around 9 o'clock? Ian frowned and shook his head. "Not that early. I worked until 10 and used the truck to drive to my buddy's house. We watched a movie until midnight, then crashed." "Why do the cops want to know about Dad's truck?" She thought it was interesting that Ian drove the vehicle more than his dad. "It's not a big deal. I'm investigating an accident off Highway ZZ. Is your dad around? I'd still like to talk to him." Ian glanced over his shoulder and shouted, "Dad? There's a deputy here to see you." A man in his late 60s came shuffling out of the back room. He was tall, yet hunched over, looking older than she knew him to be, if he was roughly the same age as Justin McNally. "What did Ian do now?" Abe asked in a cranky tone. "Let's go into your office, shall we?" Trina didn't want all the tourists hearing their conversation. "I promise this won't take long." "Whatever." She followed Abe back to the office area, but remained standing even as he sank heavily into a chair. "Did you drive your truck last night?" "Huh?" Abe looked truly confused. "Ian took it to his friend's house." "What time was that?" Abe scratched his chin. "We didn't finish up until late. Saturdays are big nights for us. Maybe 10 or 10:30. Their stories matched, but she couldn't quite take him off her list. "Thanks, that's helpful. Now I need to know who was on the boat with you and Justin McNally the night Lucy died." The abrupt change in subject clearly caught him off guard. "I didn't hit Lucy, and whoever said that is lying through his rotten teeth." "Who was with you?" she repeated. This time he didn't jump to answer, but narrowed his gaze suspiciously. "Why do you care? Happened more than 50 years ago." She was prepared for this response. "You do realize there is no statute of limitations on murder." "Murder?" Now the old man shot to his feet. "I didn't hit her." "Who else was on the boat that night?" "Did your Uncle Ricky put you up to this? What, you found some diary of his or something?" "Ricky?" She frowned. "Uncle Ricky was on the boat." "Not Ricky, but his older brother Samuel. There were 4 of us. Samuel Del Rosa, Benny Maynard, Justin McNally, and me. Abe dropped back down in the chair as if suddenly exhausted. Heard Samuel died a long time ago, and Justin is gone now too. Only me and Benny are left. And we don't talk. Trina wasn't sure what to say. Hearing that her Uncle Sam was one of them knocked her for a loop. Why hadn't George told her that himself? Why keep it a secret? It didn't make any sense. Yet Abe was right. If there were only 2 men left from the night Lucy had died, it would be impossible to bring the real culprit to justice. Abe and Benny could easily blame one of the 2 dead men, either Sam or Justin, of doing the deed. And there would be no way to prove otherwise. This line of questioning had proven to be a dead end. 10. Jeremy really didn't want to drive Jake to the airport. The trip to Kalamazoo and back would take up a big chunk of his entire morning. But family was family. He thought about Trina's observations from last night. The family had always joked about Jake's itchy feet, their brother's need to move from one place to the next. At first their parents had been concerned about Jake's ability to support himself, but that worry proved to be misplaced. Jake's knack for making money on his so-called projects had soon become legendary. Their eldest brother had more money than he could ever spend. Maybe because he didn't own things, like a house, a car, or other assets. But he did travel all over the world, which cost money. That wasn't the way Jeremy wanted to live, but Jake seemed happy enough. Although, Trina's idea of how Jake was keeping himself removed from the rest of the family wouldn't leave him alone. Because of the wedding, there was no breakfast offered on Sunday morning at the B&B. The entire B&B was booked with family, and Gemma informed them if they wanted something to eat, they could help themselves to whatever was in the kitchen or go elsewhere. Jeremy couldn't blame her. She shouldn't have to get up early the morning after her wedding to cook for the family. He'd gotten up early and had gone to Daisy's diner for breakfast, knowing Jake would want to leave by 10:30 at the latest. Seated at the counter, he nursed a cup of coffee while waiting for his eggs cooked over easy with hash browns, toast, and bacon. A quick glance around the diner reaffirmed it hadn't changed much over the years, except for the patrons. At first, he didn't recognize anyone other than Daisy herself. But then an older man using a cane, a deep scowl etched on his features, accompanied by equally cranky but younger woman came in. Daisy greeted him by name. "Hi Leon, would you and Mary like a booth?" That's what we always get, isn't it? If Daisy was put off by Leon's crabby demeanor, she didn't let it show. "Give Ashley a moment to clear the table, and we'll get you seated." Jeremy thought about what he now knew about Leon Tate, and the death of his younger sister, Lucy. He could understand that losing Lucy so young had changed Leon, but the fact that the man was still so ornery all these years later convinced him that Leon had decided long ago to use the tragedy as an excuse. Which reminded him, he still needed to dig up Lucy's autopsy report. With everything that had been going on with the personal attacks against Trina, he'd completely forgotten about it. The Clark County Courthouse wasn't open on Sunday, so he'd need to wait until the following morning. He was scheduled to work on Monday, night shift, but he'd arranged for another hospitalist to cover him. He didn't take over his new responsibilities as being in charge of the hospitalists until the following week. Being here in McNally Bay and spending time with Trina was giving him second thoughts about what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. He was a doctor and knew he still wanted to help people, but taking care of medical patients in a hospital setting didn't give him the same satisfaction as being a trauma surgeon. Frankly, he wasn't sure his promotion would give him what he was looking for either. 2 over easy, hash browns, toast, and bacon. Daisy set a heaping plate of food in front of him. "More coffee?" "Please." She filled his cup, then moved on to the next customer. He dug into his meal, glancing over his shoulder at Leon Tate and Mary, who were seated across from each other at a booth. Leon chose that moment to glare at him, and Jeremy knew that Leon had easily recognized him as a McNally. He waved at Leon, enjoying how the older man's face went beet red, then turned back to his breakfast. "You ditched me, mate." He turned to find Jake sliding into the seat beside him. I was hungry. Your flight isn't until early afternoon. We have plenty of time to get you to the airport. Jake grunted and peered at the breakfast menu. Instantly, Daisy came over to offer a cup of coffee. Jake held up a hand to stop her. Do you have tea? Tea? Daisy and Jeremy asked in unison. Jake rolled his eyes. Tea is huge in Europe and Ireland. What can I say? I've gotten used to it. Of course I have tea, Daisy said quickly. Coming right up. Jeremy took a long sip of his coffee. Gemma likes tea. Jake shook his head. You need to get out more. Half the world likes tea. He couldn't argue that, so he took another bite of his hash browns. The food was decent, not as good as Gemma's but not terrible. How did you get into town? Jeremy asked after his brother had ordered his food. Daisy provided him with hot water and a variety of tea bags to choose from. Jazz's truck. Really? I didn't think you still had a driver's license. It's expired. He smirked. Don't tell your girlfriend. Jeremy sighed with exasperation. Trina isn't my girlfriend. Then why did you get so jealous when you saw us together? I didn't say I wouldn't mind seeing her on a personal level. Jeremy shrugged. Just that she's not my girlfriend. At least not yet. Jake shook his head and took a sip of his tea, which was almost as dark as his coffee. You must be losing your touch. Maybe he was, but Trina wasn't impressed with his career or much else about him. Remembering the heat of their kiss down by the lakeshore, he consoled himself with the fact that she wasn't completely immune to him. Yet she'd been the one to pull away. And since then had kept him at arm's length. Jake's meal arrived, and they ate in silence for several long moments. Jeremy finished first and sipped his third cup of coffee before asking, "Why do you hate it here?" His brother froze for a split second, then continued eating. I don't. Trina thinks you're purposefully avoiding the family. Trina should mind her own business. The fact that Jake didn't outright deny the allegation made him realize that Trina's assumption had been dead on. We were close once, Jake, until our careers took us in different directions. I know. The brevity of Jake's response annoyed him, but he tried to keep his feelings to himself. I'm here if you want to talk about what happened in Ireland, between you and Bree. I don't. Jake continued eating, and he knew that was that. Jeremy dug out his wallet and put enough money on the counter to pay for both meals, including a generous tip. I'll meet you back at the B&B, okay? We'll leave for the airport when you're ready. Thanks. The trip back didn't take long, but when Jeremy pulled into the driveway, he was surprised to see a strange car parked in the lot. Even more curious, there was a rental company sticker in the lower left corner of the rear window. Trina. Had she already gotten a rental car? He hurried inside, expecting to find her waiting for him, but stopped short when he caught a glimpse of a slender woman with long, naturally curly dark hair sitting across from Jazz in the great room. Oh, hi. He hoped his disappointment didn't show. He glanced at his sister, wondering if the woman was a potential guest. Hey Jeremy, where's Jake? Jazz asked. At Daisy's. Why? Jazz stood and waved a hand at the woman. This is Brianna Murphy. She's flown in from Ireland to see Jake. Ah. The memory clicked into place. She looked different wearing casual jeans, a dark green t-shirt, and her hair long and loose compared to how she'd been dressed up at Jazz and Dalton's wedding. Oh yes. Nice to meet you. Is Jake expecting you? Brianna grimaced. Not exactly, I wanted to surprise him. He nodded, secretly amused at the predicament Jake had gotten himself into. Oh, believe me, I'm sure he'll be surprised. I'll get you settled in the Rose Room, Jazz offered. No doubt Jake will be home soon. Thanks a mil. Brianna's Irish accent was cute, and she eagerly followed Jazz upstairs. Jeremy strode through the dining area and headed outside. No reason for him to drive Jake to the airport now. His older brother wasn't going anywhere, and if he insisted, Jeremy planned to have Brianna take him. He couldn't wait to see the expression on Jake's face when he discovered Brianna had flown to the States to see him. So much for things not working out. 5 going on 6 months in Ireland. Jeremy wondered if Jake was secretly panicking as he realized his wandering days might be coming to an end. Trina didn't have a lot of time to think about her conversation with Abe Crowley because the calls began rolling in. First, there was a report of a shoplifter from Templeton's grocery store, where Carla Templeton, now McNally, was the owner and manager. 2 12-year-olds had stuffed candy bars in the pockets of their baggy shorts, unaware that Carla had hidden cameras installed just for this purpose. The youths were from Gurnee, Illinois. Trina was able to get a hold of their parents, who agreed to pay the fine, along with returning the stolen property. Her next call was a fight down at the Bombay pub, which was rather unusual since it was only noon and normally the drinkers didn't start fighting until well after midnight. But this tussle was between a couple who were fighting over which one of them had to pay their lunch tab. Crazy, but she knew that it took all kinds. The calls continued, one after the other. Doug Carbine took his turn responding to calls as well. The activity was more intense than they normally experienced on a Sunday, including a drunk driver call at 1 in the afternoon. Trina had purposefully taken that one, in case the perp was high on crystal meth rather than drunk. Another meth caller might lead to the location of the trailer, but this time the young female driver was actually drunk, not high. After booking her for both underage drinking and driving while intoxicated, she headed back out on patrol. Her phone rang, and she recognized Jeremy's number. Because she was driving, she didn't answer. Sheriff Donnelly was a stickler for following the rules. If the call wasn't likely to be an emergency, she would wait until she was stopped to respond. She headed down Main Street, then pulled over to park near the grocery store. Looking at her phone, she noticed Jeremy left a message, asking again if she'd consider going out for dinner, suggesting they try Gino's to see if it was as good as they remembered. She listened to his message twice, enjoying the deep timbre of his voice. The smart thing to do would be to decline his invite. Jeremy was heading back to Lansing the following morning. Why postpone the inevitable? Sure, he might make an effort to keep in touch, but long-distance relationships never worked. Especially with Jeremy. Wasn't his friendship with Steve proof of that? Yet she wanted to go. She liked spending time with him. He not only understood her need to eliminate the meth labs, but supported her mission. And his steamy hot kiss had left her longing for more. She stared down at her phone for so long it startled her by ringing again. Jeremy. This time she answered. Hello. Trina, it's Jeremy. She was glad he wasn't there to see her shiver. Hi, I just picked up your message. Great. I forgot to remind you that any time you get off work is fine with me. She smiled. Funny, I don't remember agreeing to have dinner. There was a brief pause before he replied, Why wouldn't you? Unless you have other plans? He sounded uncertain, and she told herself she was making a big deal out of nothing. This was just a meal, nothing more. No other plans, and Gino's sounds good. I'll let you know when I get off shift. Great. I'll see you later then. Later, she agreed. Her radio squawked, making her sigh. I have to go. Take care of yourself. I will. She disconnected from the call and reached for her radio. Unit 5, responding, over. There's a reported disturbance at the Pinecone campground, the dispatcher informed her. At campsite 38. Unit 5 responding. Trina clicked off the radio and pulled out into the slow-moving traffic on Main Street. The campground was often a source of arguments and other domestic abuse. It was also the location where Garth had shot the man who'd kidnapped Gemma's son Trey in order to save their lives. And more recently, where she'd been assaulted. The ride down Highway ZZ seemed to take forever. She turned into the campground and began driving through the sites sporting tents and pop-up campers, searching for 38. The loud shouts reached her before she saw the sign. Hearing the disturbance made her reach for the radio. This is Unit 5 requesting backup at the Pinecone. 10-4, the dispatcher replied. Trina pulled off the narrow road and parked in front of Site 36. She got out of her car and followed the shouting. A middle-aged man sporting a beer belly and a woman wearing shorts and t-shirt that appeared a size too small were screaming at each other over a campfire. Trina reached for her taser as she approached, hoping neither one of them ended up near the fire. "Hey, knock it off." She had to raise her voice to be heard over their screaming. Amazingly, they stopped shouting long enough to look at her. "What's going on here?" "He's lazy, that's what's going on," the woman shrieked. "Stop nagging," the man bellowed. "Both of you shut up." Trina was fast losing patience with them. "You can either calm down, or I'll arrest you both for disorderly conduct." "You can't do that," the guy said with a sneer. "We got rights." "Yeah, the right to remain silent." Trina reached for her taser, in case she needed it to control him. "Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney." She continued reciting the Miranda warning as she closed in on the older guy. She sensed that he was the instigator, although clearly the woman was holding her own. "Be quiet, Bert," the woman snapped. "I ain't bailing you out of jail." Trina paused, keeping her gaze on Bert, waiting for him to make his move. She couldn't smell any alcohol, but that didn't mean they hadn't been drinking. Or using something else. Okay. Bert threw his hands up into the air. "I'll shut up." "Smart move," Trina told him. She didn't lower the taser as she glanced at the woman. "You both need to calm down or you'll be asked to leave. This is a public campground maintained by the county, and that means I can force you both out of here for any reason. Understand?" The couple looked at each other, then reluctantly nodded. "Yeah, fine," Bert finally said. And the woman added, "We'll be quiet now." Trina replaced the taser on her belt and turned to leave. She'd barely taken 2 steps when her radio went off again. "This is Unit 5. Backup is no longer required at the Pinecone." 10-4, but there's another call from the Pinecone campground, the dispatcher informed her. This time from Site 51. Something about an accident. She suppressed a sigh. Whatever happened to Sundays being a day of rest? 10-4, Unit 5 responding. It wasn't until she was following the campground site numbers that she realized the significance of Campsite 51. It was the same location where she'd glimpsed the yellow, rust-stained trailer. And had been conked on the head. Adrenaline surged as she approached. Once again, she pulled off to the side of the narrow road, then slid out from behind the wheel. Resting her hand on her gun, she approached Campsite 51. A young couple was huddled closely together, the man appearing to console the woman who'd been crying. They were near a royal blue tent and a pile of chopped wood, but no fire. Sweeping her gaze over the area, she verified there was no evidence of the possible meth trailer. No obvious signs of injury to the young couple, either. "Did you report an accident?" she asked. The man lifted his head, his expression grim. "I did." She didn't get it. "One of you is hurt." "Not us," the woman said, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She sniffled loudly, then gestured with a hand. "The man back there." A cold tingle darted down her spine. "What man?" "The one we found lying in the clearing behind the brush." The guy stepped back from his girlfriend. "I'll show you." Trina nodded and quickly followed the young man to the back of the campsite, which happened to be the exact same spot where she'd been assaulted. A skinny male figure was lying on the ground, his eyes staring blankly up at the sky. She instantly recognized him. Timothy Eden. The meth addict who'd given her the location of the meth trailer. An old rope was wrapped around his neck, and he was obviously dead. Most likely murdered, and left in this spot as a dire message to her. Stop investigating the meth lab or face the consequences. 11. When Trina called to let him know she was running late, Jeremy groaned. The day had gone by incredibly slow with no end in sight. Bella and Jonas left before noon to return to Milwaukee, as they were both scheduled to work the following day. He had to laugh at the look of horror on Jake's face when Bella, much to Gemma's excitement, picked out a wedding date in early October at the B&B. Jake hadn't gone to the airport. He'd been shocked to see Brianna had shown up, and had agreed to stay for a couple of days to show Brianna the sights. He'd thought it was a bit comical that Jake would be playing tour guide, but figured it may help the two of them sort out their differences. Gemma had told him they only had the rooms available through Thursday night because she had a wedding scheduled the following weekend. By the look on Jake's face, 5 nights was more than enough. Jeremy took Trey and Goldie, Jazz's golden doodle puppy, into town for an ice cream to give Gemma and Garth some time alone. The kid was a chatterbox and constantly running around to the point he wished he could leash the kid and the dog together, since they tended to go separate ways. Jeremy felt exhausted after spending just a couple of hours with the boy. He had no idea how Gemma handled juggling her son's needs with the business on a daily basis. He'd returned to the B&B to find things had grown quiet. After removing the decorations from Gemma and Garth's wedding, he sat under the dome of the gazebo and gazed out at the people enjoying the lake. There were more speedboats and fishing boats than anything else. He wished he could take Trina out on a sailboat, but he knew his time with her was coming to an end. And he didn't like it. But what could he do? He'd racked his brain trying to think of a way they could spend more time together once the weekend was over. There might be the possibility of matching his days off with hers, but the likelihood of that working out on a long-term basis was slim, especially considering his new promotion would likely take up more of his time. "Hey, Jeremy?" Garth came into the gazebo and dropped into the deck chair beside him. "I hear you're staying another day." "Until Tuesday morning," he confirmed. "Any chance Trina is off tomorrow?" "No clue, but I can call in and check," Garth offered. "I'm working, only because Gemma and I are hoping to take our honeymoon in the winter. I want to take her someplace warm, during a time when closing the B&B for a week won't hurt the business." "Who's going to watch Trey?" he asked. "You are." His jaw dropped. "What? I am? Since when?" Garth laughed. "Oh, the look on your face. Priceless." "No, I was just kidding. You'll be glad to know Jazz and Dalton agreed to watch Trey while we're gone." The relief was staggering. "I could try to help them on my days off." Garth grinned and shook his head. "You're a wimp. Trey isn't that bad." "No, but his energy level takes some getting used to." Jeremy hesitated, then asked, "If you could find out about Trina's schedule without her knowing, I'd appreciate it." Garth wiggled his eyebrows, his gaze sparkling with interest. "I thought you two looked pretty cozy last night." Figures their kiss on the lakefront hadn't gone unnoticed. "I really like her," he admitted. "Not sure she feels the same way, though. I was hoping another day or two might make her change her mind." Garth nodded and pulled out his phone. He spoke to someone named Emily, then disconnected from the call. "Hate to break it to you, but Trina is scheduled again to work day shift on Monday. I'd offer to cover, but I am already scheduled. She's off on Tuesday, though. I have to work Tuesday night." Jeremy inwardly groaned. This was exactly what he'd been afraid of. At this rate, he may never get to see Trina again anytime soon. Other than possibly sharing breakfast in the morning. There was no way to avoid the fact that they'd end up going their separate ways. It occurred to him that he'd never felt this anxious about seeing Phoebe. More proof that their relationship was destined to fail, even if he hadn't been involved in the drunk driving crash. Maybe he should be glad he hadn't given in to her demands to get married. His phone rang and hope flashed when he saw Trina's number. "Hey, how is it going? I'm hoping to be out of here by 6. Maybe plan on meeting at Gino's at 7. That was another 3 hours away, but he'd take what he could get. "Sounds good, but I'd rather pick you up at your place at 7. That way we can walk over." "Okay, that's fine." Trina's voice was strained, as if she were exhausted. "See you then, unless you hear otherwise." 7, he repeated. "I'm looking forward to it." There was a slight hesitation before she added, "Me too." He was grinning like a fool, staring at his phone, when Garth let out a low whistle. "Wow man, you have it bad." There was no point in denying it. Yep. Now I just have to convince her. Good luck with that. Garth patted him on the shoulder. She's pretty committed to her mission. His smile faded. I know. I'd help if I could, but I'm a doctor, not an investigator. Yeah, I get it. But I've often thought that our Clark County medical examiner had a job that was kind of like being an investigator while being a doctor too. His goal is to determine how a victim has died. It's a different type of investigating, if you ask me. Garth shrugged. But it takes a special kind of person to cut into people after they've died. Not many have the stomach for it. I used to be a surgeon. I thought Gemma mentioned that. Garth gestured to his hands. I noticed the scars. What happened? Car crash. He didn't feel like going into the drunk driving story, especially the role he'd played by having a couple of drinks himself. Deep down, he couldn't quite let go of the anger he felt toward the driver that crossed the center line, hitting him head-on. And the guilt that his 2 glasses of wine may have slowed his reaction time. Well, you should probably know our medical examiner is looking to retire within the next year or 2. And you're telling me why? Garth shrugged. Just thought you might be interested. I can't operate anymore. Maybe not on live patients where being off a fraction of an inch could cause irreversible harm, but I'm thinking that dead patients might not be as picky. I took an oath to save lives, not work on dead bodies. Okay. Garth lifted his hands. Just thought I'd mention it. You seemed like you were looking for a way to settle down in McNally Bay. Just offering an option. Okay, thanks. Jeremy managed a weak smile. I appreciate you mentioning it. Long after Garth went back inside, he sat staring out at the lake, thinking about what his new brother-in-law had said. All through medical school, he'd been focused on being a surgeon. Trauma surgery had drawn him in from the very start. The not knowing what was coming through the front door, the fast pace, the way everyone worked together as a team. He'd loved it. Accepting the fact that he couldn't operate anymore had been extremely difficult. He'd loved the challenge of putting trauma patients back together again, fixing all the physical parts that had been broken. He'd never once considered the possibility of using his surgeon's skills to uncover the cause of a patient's death. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he was by the idea. Yet it wasn't like he could just go from being a former trauma surgeon to doing autopsies. Additional training would be required. In Lansing, a doctor needed to graduate from a forensic pathology program to perform autopsies. And there was his new promotion to consider. The hospital administration was counting on him to be a leader. Yet despite everything, considering the forensic pathology program gave him a sense of excitement. It was an area of medicine that he could do that would put his surgical skills to good use while offering a badly needed service to the community. The more he thought about the idea, the more he couldn't let it go. Was this the very thing that would renew and re-energize his career? And if so, what would Trina think of his plan? Trina couldn't believe Timothy Eden was dead. Her fellow deputy, Doug Carbine, had soon joined her at the Pinecone campground and agreed with her theory that Eden had been murdered. She'd questioned the young couple with the blue tent again, learning that they'd stumbled upon the body while looking for dried brush to use as kindling for their fire. They were too afraid to get close enough to check his pulse, so they simply called in what they assumed was some sort of suicide or accidental death. Especially considering the large tree branch lying on the ground nearby. Had Eden really tied himself up to the tree? Or had someone else tied him up there? She couldn't blame the young couple for their actions. No one went camping expecting to find a murder victim. After encouraging them to move to another campsite, she and Doug stretched yellow tape around the crime scene. The coroner arrived, an older gentleman in his early 60s, huffing and puffing as he crossed the campsite to where Timothy Eden's body waited. He crouched beside the body, then shook his head. Could be a suicide, Dr. Patton said. But also could be a homicide. Gee, thanks, Trina thought. That narrowed it down. She tried not to show her irritation. Despite the broken tree branch, I have reason to believe it's a homicide, so please make sure you check for any and all forensic evidence, especially under his fingernails. Dr. Patton grunted as he stood. I will. Any idea who wanted him dead? Not exactly. She glanced at Doug, who'd already asked her the exact same thing. But this wasn't the time or the place to lay out her theory about Nathan Beck being the brains behind the meth lab. Beck's brother owning a black truck and being off work during the time she'd been attacked wasn't enough. She needed evidence. Hard, cold, irrefutable facts that could be used in a court of law. Because she knew the cop wouldn't go down easy. Oh no. Especially Beck. She knew full well he'd be swinging and kicking all the way. The local ambulance company doubled as a coroner's van. 2 EMTs carefully lifted Eden's body and placed it in the body bag. Then they loaded Eden onto their gurney. Dr. Patton trudged back out to his own car. She hurried after him. Dr. Patton, when do you think you'll have the autopsy completed? The older man shrugged. Nothing else waiting in the wings. Should have the preliminary work done by Tuesday at the latest. She almost pushed him to put a rush on it, but remained silent. Dr. Patton could get feisty when challenged, and one day wouldn't make a difference. Especially since she knew the full autopsy report, the one containing the microbiology information, including drug screens, would take 30 days or longer. Doug stepped up beside her. You okay? I know he was your caller, but it seems odd to go from being arrested for driving under the influence to being found dead. Fine. She felt bad for the role she'd played in Eden's death, but knew the person who'd murdered him, leaving him in the same spot where she'd been attacked, was the one who deserved to be behind bars. It was times like this that she really wished she had a K-9 partner. One that could track sense. Heading back to headquarters, Doug asked. Yeah, I need to finish my report. She moved toward her squad. Thanks for the backup. No problem. As she'd expected, she didn't get home until nearly 6 p.m. She really wasn't in the mood to go out with Jeremy, but she hoped she'd feel better after a long, hot shower. 30 minutes later, she was dressed in a pair of black capris and a light blue tank top. She was still exhausted, but was also beginning to feel hungry. While she waited for Jeremy, she tried to think of a way to find the evidence she needed against Nathan Beck. The deputy preferred to work the graveyard shift for a reason. She thought about offering to switch shifts with Kevin Powell. Everyone knew his marriage was on the rocks, maybe working day shifts for a bit would help him out. Although, the idea of working on the graveyard shift alongside Beck was unnerving. She had confidence in her ability to hold her own when it came to keeping peace in town, but facing off against Beck was something else. He was big, mean, and a bully. She shivered despite the warmth. Lost in her troubling thoughts, the sound of her buzzer startled her. She pulled herself together and went over to the intercom. Yes? It's Jeremy. She smiled. I'll be right down. She found him waiting for her, looking amazing wearing a pair of relaxed jeans and t-shirt. His face brightened with a broad smile when he saw her, and in that moment, she couldn't remember any other man ever looking at her the way Jeremy did. Hey, beautiful. He caught her hand with his. I'm so glad to see you. We just saw each other last night. She tried not to look too pleased at the compliment as they walked down Main Street. I was bored silly today without you. Jeremy's husky voice sent a shiver of awareness down her spine. She told herself to keep things casual since she knew he was heading home the next day. I can't say I was bored. Busy? Jeremy glanced at her. Nothing too serious, I hope. She hesitated, knowing that she couldn't comment on Eden's murder as it was an active murder investigation. No matter how much she wanted to confide in him, she knew she couldn't. Just busy. His hand lightly squeezed hers. I'm here if you want to talk. Thanks. What else did you do today aside from taking Jake to the airport and back? Jake didn't go to the airport because his old girlfriend, Brianna Murphy, flew here to see him. She came without telling him. Wow, that took guts. Yeah. Jeremy grinned. And I have to tell you, I loved the expression on his face when he saw her. I bet. She shook her head, wondering if Brianna's gamble would pay off or send her crashing and burning. Her gut told her there was something off about how Jake avoided his family. Jeremy held the door of Gino's pizzeria open for her, and they wedged their way inside. The place was hopping, but from what she could tell, there were more people leaving than waiting to be seated. The noise made her head hurt, but the mouth-watering scent of Gino's pizza was enough to convince her to stay. As if sensing her discomfort, Jeremy lowered his head to speak into her ear. What do you say to taking our order to go? It's pretty loud in here. I'd like that. We can go back to my place, she agreed. You still like your pizza with the works? Absolutely. He grinned and stepped up to take his place in line. She stayed back to give others more room. She cast her gaze over the restaurant patrons with a practiced eye, trained to constantly be on the lookout for any potential threat. She caught a glimpse of Alex seated in a booth across from someone she didn't recognize, but there was no sign of Nathan Beck. Was he some sort of vampire who only came out at night? The image made her smile. Then her smile faded, as she realized exactly what she needed to do. She couldn't work alongside Nate. No, what she needed to do was to take some time off work and secretly follow him. Turning the idea over in her mind, she nodded to herself. It was the best way she could think of to catch Beck in the act of doing something illegal. She'd have to pretend to be sick, something she didn't normally like to do. But she knew Beck was working tonight and tomorrow night but was off Tuesday. One sick day wouldn't be the end of the world. Besides, she was technically still on the concussion protocol, right? Jeremy came over holding a large box of pizza. Ready? Yes? She opened the door and let out a sigh of relief when it closed behind them, cutting the noise level in half. Something wrong? Jeremy asked. Huh? Oh no. I'm fine. Better now, it was really loud in there. Crazy busy. He sniffed and wiggled his eyebrows. I hope this pizza tastes as good as it smells. It will, she assured him. Gino hasn't lost his touch. The walk back to her apartment seemed short, and soon they were sitting on her sofa in the living room with plates of pizza loaded with the works and soft drinks. You're right. Jeremy paused between bites. Gino still has the secret recipe. She nodded, embarrassed to be so hungry, considering how her shift had ended with Eden's murder. Then again, her job was far from glamorous. I have an idea I'd like to run past you, Jeremy said when they'd finished their meal. She took a sip of her root beer. What kind of idea? He stood and carried their empty plates to the kitchen, before taking the seat beside her. He sat sideways so he was facing her. Garth mentioned that the Clark County medical examiner, Dr. Chris Patton, is planning to retire in a couple of years. She frowned and shrugged. Not surprising, he seems to have some trouble getting around. I heard he likes to play golf but has recently cut back on that too. But what does Patton's plan have to do with you? I was thinking of applying for a pathology fellowship position in Lansing. He looked at her expectantly. Okay. She didn't get where he was going with this. In the state of Michigan, you have to be a graduate from a pathology fellowship program to become a medical examiner. Realization dawned. You want to become a medical examiner? Jeremy's eyes lit up. Yeah, I think I do. I miss being a surgeon, and I know I can't go back to that, but I don't love what I'm doing now. Even with my recent promotion, I'm not sure I'll be happy. When Garth mentioned the current Clark County ME was going to retire in a few years, I realized this might be the best way to keep at least part of the career I loved. Not to mention, a career opportunity that happens to be near you. Me? The last part caught her off guard. You want to relocate here? Yeah, I do. Jeremy reached out to take her hand. I'm falling for you, Trina. She gaped at him. But, we barely know each other. I know enough that I don't want to let you go. The disappointment in his eyes made her feel guilty. Just think about it, okay? Give us a chance. Trina wasn't sure what to say. Her heart wanted to shout with joy, but her very logical brain warned her that he might not realize what he was getting into. Most men quickly figured out that her mission was more important than anything else. It was her life. 12. This wasn't going the way he'd planned. Jeremy tried to hide his disappointment but sensed he'd failed. The myriad of emotions playing across Trina's features created a sick feeling in his gut. But he refused to give up. Trina. He stroked his thumb over the back of her hand, enjoying the silky softness. I'm only asking for a chance, not a lifelong commitment. Although he couldn't deny hoping for just that. Which was surprising, since he and Jake had been the confirmed bachelors of the McNally family for a while now. Determined not to fall in love the way their younger siblings had. Did McNally Bay have a love spell cast around it, or what? You're asking too much. She gently tugged her hand from his and shot to her feet. Her gaze darted around the apartment, avoiding his. Jeremy, you need to know I care about you too. A lot. But I don't think you should rearrange your career, your entire life around me. He stood, trying to understand what she wasn't saying. Because you don't feel the same way. No. Yes. She blew out a loud sigh and finally met his gaze. I do care about you, more than anyone I've gone out with in a long time. You're special, but I can't afford to be distracted from my goal of eliminating those responsible for cooking and selling crystal meth. She still wasn't making much sense. I understand this is an important part of your job, Trina. I'd never ask you to relocate. But I'd like to continue seeing you while I pursue the pathology fellowship program. I'm convinced we can find a way to make this work. It's more than my job, she insisted. I won't rest until I've uncovered the source of the drugs, even if that means working on this in every moment of my spare time. She glanced at her watch. Starting tonight. What do you mean, starting tonight? Now he really didn't like where this was going. I thought you were scheduled to work day shift tomorrow? Her gaze sharpened. How do you know when I'm scheduled to work? Busted. He hid a wince and waved a hand, trying to make light of it. I asked Garth if he was taking off this week, but he mentioned working with you in the morning. Well, I'm not sure if I'm working. Trina tunneled her fingers through her hair, betraying her frustration. Don't you see? This is how I am, Jeremy. Single-minded and determined. I'll do whatever is necessary to find out who is behind the meth dealing. It's also one of the main reasons I wanted a K-9 partner. Between getting approval for a K-9 program and my determination to get rid of the meth lab, I don't have time for anything else. Even you. I see. In other words, she wasn't going to make time for a relationship with him. It wasn't what he wanted to hear, but he understood her desire to eliminate the very drug that caused Steve's death. Hadn't he felt the same way about alcoholics after his crash? He'd carried a deep resentment for a long time. But somehow, the thought of a new career had lessened some of that previous anger. I'm sorry. Her voice was soft and contrite. I wish I could be the woman you want me to be, but I can't. This is my calling. He tried to take heart in knowing that she considered him a distraction. I thought you didn't have anything to go on. Or did the black truck give you something? Her gaze skittered from his. It gave me an idea, one I need to investigate more fully. Why was it so important to her to start her investigation tonight? It was already 9:30, pretty late to head out searching for clues. Great idea. I can help. Steve was my friend too. She was shaking her head before he'd finished speaking. I appreciate that, but you're a doctor, not a cop. This is my risk to take. The stubborn streak he once considered cute was now super annoying. I don't mind taking the risk with you. I'm sorry, she repeated. Thanks for dinner, but I need to get ready. For what? He didn't voice the question, knowing she wouldn't answer. He still didn't understand why it was so critical for her jump on this tonight. It seemed last minute, especially considering she was originally scheduled to work in the morning. Then it hit him. The deputy Nathan Beck worked night shift. And it was entirely possible the guy was scheduled to work tonight. It's Beck, isn't it? He's your suspect because he owns a black truck. The flash of surprise in her eyes was all he needed to confirm his guess. I never said that. You didn't have to. It wasn't easy to hide the flash of panic. You can't do this alone, he's a cop and twice your size. Do me a favor and arrange for backup. I can call for backup if needed. There are always 2 cops on duty. Which only left one as a potential backup. She was like a broken record, and he had to squelch his temper. You really think Beck is involved? No other black trucks came back from your search. Technically, Beck's brother owns the black truck, not Beck himself. And I did follow up on one other possibility, she admitted. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I discovered the names of the 4 teens who were on the boat the night Lucy died. Really? Who were they? Your dad, my uncle Samuel Del Rosa, a man named Benny Maynard, and another guy named Abe Crowley. His heart thudded in his chest as he digested the information. Ironic that his dad and Trina's uncle were friends back then. That's great news. Wait, she held up a hand. Don't get too excited, my Uncle Sam died about 12 years ago, so there's only 2 of the 4 left, Benny and Abe. Abe wasn't really in the mood to talk, just kept insisting that he wasn't the one who hit Lucy. At least we know that someone hit her, it's exactly what my sisters believed all along. Leon Tate believed it too. He really needed to get his hands on the autopsy report first thing in the morning. Yes, but the knowledge isn't much help. They can both blame the 2 dead men for whatever happened that night, leaving us no way to prove otherwise. She spread her hands. It's a dead end. Game over. I see. He frowned, knowing her logic made sense. He didn't want the investigation on what had happened that night to continue to linger, especially since that meant his father was guilty by default. No, he and his siblings needed to try talking to both men. It was possible one of them might cave under the pressure. Carrying a secret of this magnitude could wear you down over the years. And if these 2 men both still lived in the area, they had to see Leon Tate and his daughter Mary often enough to add an additional layer of guilt. He'd heard a few deathbed confessions in his career from people who knew they were going to die and wanted to get something off their conscience. Guilt was a heavy burden. And he felt certain that one of the 2 men, Abe Crowley or Benny Maynard, would eventually break down and talk. But that was something he could do tomorrow, after obtaining a copy of Lucy's autopsy. If they'd even give it to him. Thanks again for dinner. Trina's tone was polite yet distant. Drive safe on your trip back to Lansing. Since it was clear she wanted him to leave, he rose and headed for the door. I'm not driving back until Tuesday, so if you need something tonight, don't hesitate to call. He glanced at her over his shoulder. I mean it, Trina. Better to call than end up hurt again. Thanks, but I'll be fine. She followed him to the doorway. He wanted to pull her into his arms for a kiss, but the way she stood there, with her arms crossed protectively across her chest, nixed that idea. He tried one last time to convince her to take precautions. Please be careful. I will. She tipped her head to the side, regarding him thoughtfully. I wish you had more faith in my ability. I have plenty of faith in you, Trina. I just don't trust Beck. The guy is a real jerk. I can handle him. Her confidence didn't waver. He sincerely hoped so, and offered a crooked smile. Take care of yourself, Trina. I will. You too, Jeremy. He let himself out and softly closed the door behind him. Walking away was difficult, it felt like he was leaving a piece of himself behind. Yet he didn't have a choice. Trina had made her decision. And it didn't include him. For a moment, he toyed with the idea of following her while she followed Beck, but quickly dismissed it. She was right about the fact that he wasn't a cop. She was, and he had to trust that she could handle herself even against an arrogant bully like Beck. The McNally B&B was quiet when he returned home. The lights in the garage apartment indicated Gemma and Garth were still up, but he didn't want to intrude. The Stevenson house was dark, and there was no sign of Brianna and Jake either. He made his way through the dining room and walked outside to the gazebo. A full moon shimmered above the lake, making him wish Trina was here to share the view with him. Maybe she was right about one thing. Any decision he made about his career had to be for him, alone. Not for her, not for his siblings, but for him. Knowing that Trina didn't want to explore the possibility of a relationship didn't change his mind about considering the idea of becoming a medical examiner. But he thought it might be a good idea to talk to one firsthand about what the job entailed. Maybe even Dr. Chris Patton himself. Besides, he'd need something important to occupy his mind now that Trina had sent him away. His heart squeezed in his chest. He knew getting over Trina wouldn't be as easy as getting over Phoebe. Trina rested her forehead on her apartment door for a long time, resisting the urge to chase after Jeremy and beg him not to go. Logically, she knew it was better this way, but that didn't make letting him go any easier. She'd had to cross her arms to keep from reaching out to him, from throwing herself into his embrace. Enough. She finally pushed away from the door and turned toward her bedroom. She needed to get a grip. She had work to do. Trying to nap for a few hours since Beck's shift didn't start until midnight was useless. Between letting Jeremy walk away and her plan to find evidence against Beck, her brain refused to shut down. When it was time to go, she debated whether or not to wear her uniform. She wanted the reassurance of having her weapon and other tools at her disposal, yet Donnelly had a rule against wearing your uniform while off duty. In the end, she decided against it. She wore black jeans and black t-shirt, pulling a baseball cap over her red hair, pulling her ponytail through the opening in the back. Then she added her shoulder harness. She holstered her weapon and added the taser and a set handcuffs to her belt as an extra measure. If she was stopped, she would claim she was out looking for the meth trailer on her own time, which wasn't far from the truth. Sheriff Donnelly knew about her brother's drug overdose and subsequent death. He'd warned her about getting too emotionally involved, but had never outright forbidden her to investigate the drug dealing on her off hours. Not that he'd appreciate her plan of tailing Nathan Beck. She parked her squad amidst the others in the lot in front of headquarters. It occurred to her that she should have asked Jeremy to borrow his car rather than using the squad, but decided it was too late. Besides, using the squad offered a sense of anonymity. Any one of the deputies could be behind the wheel, and in the darkness with the brim of her hat pulled down over her brow, she felt certain she could keep a low profile. It didn't take long for Beck to head back outside to his squad. He hiked his belt before sliding behind the wheel. She waited for him to turn toward town before easing the car in gear and following. He cruised Main Street but didn't stay long. Her pulse kicked up a notch when she noticed he was heading toward the highway. And when he turned west, she felt certain he was going straight to the Pinecone campground. She tightened her grip on the steering wheel. This could be it. It was early in his shift, but maybe this was his normal pattern during the graveyard shift. She'd worked a few of them, and by 4 a.m. had found it extremely difficult to stay awake. Beck's brake lights flashed as he slowed down enough to turn into the campground. She gave him a head start, then did the same. She was nervous that he'd notice her squad, and wonder why the second deputy on duty would be patrolling the same area he was. Yet it soon became clear that Beck was just doing a quick drive-through. He left the campground less than 5 minutes after going in. In fact, he hadn't even bothered with a full patrol of the area. Lazy, as well as being a jerk. Taking note of the direction he was heading, she waited for a few minutes to go past before following. Seeing a pair of taillights up ahead, she quickly closed the gap between them. Less than 5 miles later, Beck turned onto a narrow dirt road and stopped. Afraid he'd noticed her tailing him, she drove past and went another mile or so before turning around and pulling off on the side of the highway. Drumming her fingers on the steering wheel, she considered her next move. If she drove past him again, he'd likely notice the lights on top of the squad. Yet she couldn't help wondering if the trailer was parked back there. He could easily be checking in with the meth lab before heading out for another patrol of the area. She shut down the squad and slid out from behind the wheel, softly closing the door behind her. Keeping off the road and in the brush along the side of the highway, she hiked to where she'd last spotted his car. Her heart pounded with anticipation. When she was less than 5 yards away, she pulled her weapon and held it down at her side. The almost full moon overhead gave her more than enough light to see the squad was still on the dirt road. The lights were off, and she imagined Beck was going up to the trailer on foot. Still, she approached with caution in case this was nothing more than a clever trap. The squad was almost close enough to touch, but she stayed behind the tree for a long moment, sweeping her gaze around the area. She couldn't see any sign of the yellow, rust-stained trailer, but figured it would be located further in the woods and away from prying eyes. The squad appeared empty, although it was difficult to say for sure from this angle. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly, then eased forward for a better view. A branch broke beneath her foot. She froze, waiting for Beck or someone else, possibly from the meth trailer, to come investigate the source of the sound. Nothing happened. She moved another step, then stopped when she noticed that the car wasn't empty the way she'd assumed. A dark figure was reclining in the driver's seat with his head back. She frowned. Was Beck waiting for someone? Was this some sort of secret rendezvous? She took another step forward, positioning herself behind another tree. Glancing around, she didn't think she'd be hidden from view if another vehicle pulled up behind Beck with his headlights on. Before she could move again, Beck moved. From her vantage point, she could see his face clearly in the moonlight. He rubbed a hand over his eyes as if he may have been resting his eyes, then reached up for his radio. His window was closed, and she was far enough away that she couldn't make out what he was saying. It wasn't a long conversation, and when he moved his seat back up and leaned forward to reach for the keys, she realized he must have gotten a call from dispatch. She instinctively dropped to the ground a fraction of a second before Beck started the engine. Twin beams of headlights brightened the area around them, blinding her. She ducked her head and held her breath as Beck slowly backed out of his parking spot. Seconds later, he was out on Highway ZZ heading toward town. When the headlights grew dim, she rose to her feet and moved through the brush to the area where he'd been parked. She should have brought a flashlight. The moonlight was partially covered by the surrounding trees, but she walked the entire area, searching for any sign of a trailer having been recently been through. When that didn't work, she widened her search area, convinced the trailer must be hidden deep into the woods. But she didn't find anything. An hour later, she was tired, sweaty, and sick of being eaten alive by mosquitoes. Back in the clearing, she put her hands on her hips and turned in a circle. What on earth had Beck been doing there? Waiting for something? Someone? A payoff? All she'd noticed was that he'd appeared to be sleeping. Talk about a fool's errand. It was 1:30 in the morning, and she had learned absolutely nothing. Because Beck had done nothing. Of course, there was still time. His shift didn't end until 8 in the morning. She decided to wait a while longer. She headed back to her squad and slouched low in the seat. 30 minutes later, her patience was rewarded when she noticed a squad driving past. As before, the brake lights went bright as the driver slowed and turned back onto the dirt road. This time she waited in her vehicle. But as the minutes ticked by slowly without evidence of anyone coming to meet with Beck, she once again got out of the car. This time she didn't waste as much time moving silently, but hurried to his parking spot. When she went into the woods, she frequently checked the driver's side window. Beck was inside with the back of his seat as far back as it could go. As before, he appeared to be sleeping. Sleeping? How could she have gotten this so wrong? She watched for several long moments, but it was clear Beck wasn't leaving anytime soon. At least, not until he got another call from dispatch. Was this how he spent his nights? Resting between calls? Making token passes through town in an effort to prove he was working? He really was pathetic. as a man and as a cop. Unfortunately, his sheer laziness didn't make him a criminal. She sighed and silently edged out of the woods. Okay, if Beck wasn't the one behind the drug running, who was? Abe Crowley? Or his son, Ian? Someone else she hadn't even considered. She trudged back to her squad feeling as if she was right back at square one, with no clue as to who was in charge of the meth cooking in Clark County. 13. Jeremy tossed and turned most of the night, worrying about what Trina might be doing. He finally gave up trying to sleep and crawled out of bed when he smelled freshly brewed coffee. After a quick shower and shave, he left the master suite to enter the dining room. It was empty, but he could hear noise coming from the kitchen and assumed either Gemma or Jazz was up. He pushed his way through the swinging door. Gemma was busy at the stove, an apron wrapped around her waist. Trey was in his booster seat at the table, enjoying his French toast. She glanced at him. Hey Jeremy. Are you hungry? I'm happy to cook you breakfast. Is Garth gone? She nodded and swiped her hands on her apron. Yes, you just missed him. Why? Did you need something? No, just curious. He wanted to call Garth and ask if Trina was at work but held back. He might be able to figure it out when he went to get a copy of the autopsy report. I'd love breakfast, but I don't want to be a bother. Whatever is easiest for you is fine. French toast coming up. She cracked a couple of eggs into the mixture she already had in a bowl and began whipping them together. He filled a mug with coffee and sat beside Trey. The kid had syrup all over his face, hands, and hair. You like your mom's French toast? Trey nodded. It's good, he said with his mouth full of food. Mom, I want to play with Goldie after breakfast. Okay. Trey ate as if his life depended on it. A few minutes later, Gemma slid a heaping plate of her infamous French toast in front of him. Thanks. He took a bite and nodded. You're the master, sis. Gemma laughed. She took a wet cloth and began wiping Trey's face and hands. When he was relatively clean, she lifted him out of his booster seat. Go see what Auntie Jazz and Uncle Dalton are up to. I'm sure they'll love to have you play with Goldie. I will. Trey scampered off. Jeremy grinned. That's one way to get rid of him. I need some time to clean up the kitchen. Besides, Jazz and Dalton don't mind if he helps take care of Goldie. I know they're anxious to finish up the drywall in their new kitchen and living room. Jazz and Dalton were renovating the old Stevenson place. He'd been impressed with how the project was coming along. The progress was slower than they'd like, because Dalton's home remodel business was beginning to take off. He was balancing paying projects with the time needed to work on their current home. I learned the names of the 4 teens who were on the boat the night Lucy died. Gemma brought a steaming mug of tea over to the table, dropping onto the bench so that she was across from him. Really? Who else was there besides our dad? Trina's uncle, Samuel Del Rosa, and 2 other guys, Benny Maynard and Abe Crowley. Apparently, the only 2 who are still alive are Benny and Abe. Sam died 12 years ago. Gemma's eyes widened. That's great news. We can talk to both of them to find out the truth at last. Hold up. He lifted a hand. Trina pointed out that neither one of them have to admit to anything. They can blame the 2 dead guys, and we'd never be able to prove otherwise. Her shoulders slumped. I hadn't thought of it that way. I know. He shook his head. I'll still get a copy of the autopsy report, but I'm not sure what good that information will do for us. Yeah? Gemma propped her chin in her hand, her expression resigned. I'd really hoped to find a way to clear Dad's name. Our dad didn't do anything wrong that night. But that's not what Benny and Abe would say. She blew out a breath. Well, I guess that's it then. We've gone as far with this mystery as we can. That's the way it looks, he agreed. Gemma reached over and patted his arm. Thanks for trying, though. It means a lot. No problem. Jeremy finished his breakfast, then came to a halt when he met Jake on his way into the dining room. Everything okay? Jake feigned a look of innocence. Why wouldn't it be? Brianna took you by surprise showing up the way she did. Don't get any ideas, Jake warned. I'm showing her around for a few days before she heads back to Ireland. With you? Jeremy knew he was pushing. My work in Ireland is finished, Jake said. I won't be staying there much longer. Does Bree know that? Before Jake could answer, Jeremy looked over his shoulder to see Brianna Murphy coming toward them. To prevent his brother from saying something stupid, he called out, "Good morning, Bree." "Morning, Jeremy. Brilliant weather we're having, isn't it?" "Absolutely." He glanced again at Jake. Was there a flash of longing in his brother's eyes? If so, it was gone in a flash. "See you both later." Jake didn't answer, but as Jeremy went past them, he could hear Brianna asking about their plans for the day. Shaking his head at his brother's predicament, he slid behind the wheel of his Audi. The drive into town didn't take long. The Clark County Courthouse was attached to the Sheriff's Department headquarters, the same place that housed the jail. The night he'd met Trina seemed like weeks ago instead of mere days. As much as he wanted to believe the short time frame was the reason she'd pushed him away, she'd clearly indicated otherwise. Approaching the window where he could submit an open records request, Jeremy wondered where the Me's office and work area were located. A woman in her mid-50s, with gray-streaked hair and oversized glasses, scowled at him through the window. He offered his best professional smile. "Good morning. I'm Dr. Jeremy McNally, and I'm here to request a copy of the autopsy report on Lucy Tate." She didn't appear impressed. "We don't give out autopsy reports except to next of kin." He'd known that going in, but had hoped that being a physician might give him an opening. Apparently not. He did his best to remain cordial. "I'm interested in the autopsy from a medical perspective." "But you're not next of kin." She lowered her head to peer at him from over her glasses. "I need a court order or a consent signed by the next of kin." So much for that idea. No way would Leon or Mary Tate give consent for a McNally to have a copy of the autopsy. He changed the subject. "I understand. One more quick question. Can you tell me where I can find Dr. Patton?" She stared at him for a long moment. "He's busy, but I'll give you his number so you can leave him a message." "Busy? Like performing an autopsy?" He tried not to show his excitement as she jotted a phone number on a slip of paper and slid it beneath the window. "Thanks. Can you at least tell me where his office is?" She hesitated, then caved. "It's located within the Clark County Health Center." "Great, I appreciate the information." He took the phone number and turned away. It made sense that the area where Patton performed autopsies would be close to his office and close to the health center. He had a vague idea where the center was located and quickly drove there. He was so preoccupied with finding Patton, he didn't immediately recognize Trina behind the wheel of her squad as she passed him. By the time her face registered in his brain, she was long gone. He wished he'd acknowledged her with a wave, but took comfort in knowing she'd gone into work. She must not have found anything suspicious while following Beck. Or maybe she had, but had decided to hold off for a while before making a move. It occurred to him that once she shut down the meth trailer, she might be willing to give their relationship a chance. Wishful thinking? Maybe, but he couldn't just return to Lansing without knowing when he'd see her again. It was bad enough that he didn't love his job, but to have nothing else to look forward to, other than potentially getting into the forensic pathology program, would be unbearable. Jeremy found the Clark County Health Center without a problem. The building didn't look very big from the front, but when he drove into the parking lot, he noticed a narrow driveway leading along the east side of the building. Following the road, he learned the building extended back further than he'd realized. The narrow driveway led to another much smaller parking area, large enough, he thought, for ambulances or maybe a hearse to turn around in. There were also metal double doors that would lead inside. This must be where the autopsies were done. He parked his car in the farthest corner so it was out of the way, then went over to rap on the doors. Nothing. He stepped back and surveyed the building. There were no other doorways, but he felt certain there had to be a way to get from the health center to the autopsy suite from inside. As he was turning around, the rumble of a car engine caught his attention. He turned and watched as a dark blue sedan approached. The man behind the wheel had white hair and wore glasses. Jeremy stood, waiting for the guy to get out of his car. The older gentleman eyed him curiously. "Dr. Patton." "I'm Dr. Jeremy McNally." He held out his hand to the physician. "Dr. McNally." His tone held a note of surprise, either because Jeremy was a doctor, a McNally, or both. "I'm sorry to drop in unannounced." Jeremy shook the man's hand. "I hope you don't mind, but I'm interested in pursuing a career in forensic pathology." "You are?" The coroner was fond of responding in questions instead of in statements. "Why is that?" "I used to be a trauma surgeon." Jeremy wished the medical examiner would invite him inside. It was early, barely 9 in the morning, but the sun was already throwing down rays of heat. "After a car crash, I had to give up my career, but I have found I don't love being a hospitalist." Patton frowned. "Being a hospitalist isn't important enough for you." There he went with the questions again. "It's not that. I like treating patients, and I was recently granted a promotion. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit how much I miss being a surgeon." He shifted his feet, feeling like a young resident who'd been scolded for missing signs of sepsis. "I'm considering applying to the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Program in Lansing." "You know anything about being a medical examiner?" Patton asked. "No, sir, that's why I'm here." Jeremy was beginning to lose his patience. "I would like to talk to you further about your role if you have time." "Time?" Patton looked at his watch. "Why not? I have a case waiting for me. Do you think you're up for watching your first autopsy?" "I'd love to." Jeremy didn't bother to point out that every surgical resident had to cut open cadavers before assisting in procedures with real patients. Patton took out a key ring and opened the double doors. Jeremy followed him inside. The overwhelming acrid scent of formaldehyde assaulted his senses. It was stronger than he remembered, and he did his best not to sneeze or show any other reaction. Patton seemed oblivious as he made his way through the hallway and into the spacious lab. A covered body was lying on the stainless steel table, looking like something out of a movie. Patton donned protective gear over his casual slacks and golf shirt. Jeremy followed suit until they were both covered from head to toe, including face masks with built-in eye shields. Good thing the air conditioning was blasting on high. "Will you stand back in case you faint?" "Sure. But I won't faint. I was a trauma surgeon for 4 years." "You don't think this will be different?" Patton asked as he removed the sheet covering the body. "Of course it will be different." He stopped abruptly, recognizing the face of the skinny man lying on the table. Shock reverberated through his body. "Is that Timothy Eden?" Patton's gaze pierced his. "You know him?" "No, not personally. But I was there when he was arrested for driving under the influence. I didn't know he'd died. Somehow, the news of a dead body hadn't made it to the B&B. It's our job to find out exactly what caused his death." It was the first statement Patton had uttered since they'd met. "What do you think our first step is on a case like this?" "Examining the body." "Exactly." Patton beamed like he was the proud instructor over an eager-to-learn student. "What do you think these marks are here?" Patton pointed to a dark wound around Eden's neck. "Bruising that may be associated with being strangled." Patton nodded and continued his examination of the body, pointing out the broken fingernails indicating there had been a struggle. When the examination was finished, Patton reached over and lifted a hand-sized electric saw. "You sure this won't bother you?" "I'm sure." Jeremy wasn't worried about watching the autopsy. He was more concerned with what had happened to Eden. The autopsy had barely started, but the bruising around his neck made it obvious that the meth addict hadn't died of a simple overdose. He'd been strangled. Murder. His gut said yes. Did Trina know about this? He felt certain she did, and he didn't like knowing she'd kept it a secret. She'd called her shift busy. Guess stumbling over a dead body would add to a cop's workload. But why not tell him? Okay, sure, he could understand how Eden's death was an active investigation. But still, he'd expected her to at least mention the guy was dead. What about motive? The only thing that made sense was that Eden's death was related to Trina's investigation into the location of the meth lab. And maybe a not-so-subtle warning for Trina to back off from her mission. Trina yawned and decided to pull into the local gas station to grab another cup of coffee and something to eat. So far, the tourists were behaving themselves. As she patrolled and responded to calls, she sipped her coffee and thought about Nathan Beck sleeping on the job. She'd been so sure he was the one who'd slammed her into a tree, but now she had to assume he'd been sleeping until he'd gotten the call about the crash from dispatch. Maybe it was time to talk to Ian and Abe Crowley again. Their stories had lined up, but that didn't mean the father wasn't covering up for the son. Deep down, she couldn't imagine either one of the Crowleys choking the life out of Timothy Eden. They just didn't seem cold, callous, or ruthless enough. Nathan Beck had the strength to do it, but it would likely take more time and energy than he was willing to expend. Apparently, he couldn't even be bothered to do routine patrols, much less find the motivation to do anything more strenuous. Wait a minute. She abruptly straightened in her seat. What if Kevin Powell knew about Beck's lackadaisical attitude? Powell had to have come across Beck's nap time at some point over the past few years. Why not slip off to do something illegal, especially knowing you didn't have to worry about being caught by your sleeping partner? Was it possible Powell's marital problems were related to the fact that he was secretly making meth? Did his wife suspect something unsavory was going on? Trina turned off Main Street and headed to the outskirts of town where the Powells lived. She mentally kicked herself for not thinking of this last night. She pounded the steering wheel with her fist. She'd been so stupid. She'd followed the wrong deputy. The Powell house wasn't difficult to find, but seeing the run-down structure shocked her. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and paint was peeling from the door and window frames. There was no indication that anyone was home, but considering Kevin worked night shift last night, she had to assume he was sleeping. Did his wife still live there? It seemed odd that she'd allow the place to become so dilapidated. Trina continued driving down the road, then turned around so she could go past the place a second time. She considered going up to knock at the front door, but then thought better of it. She decided to follow Powell while he was on duty. Her earlier exhaustion vanished beneath a surge of adrenaline. This could be it. Kevin Powell was likely the one who was in charge of the meth lab. The failed marriage, the run-down house, were all signs indicating he was in trouble. The only piece of the puzzle that didn't quite fit was that he didn't drive a black truck. But for all she knew, Powell was only one of the people in charge. It could be that he either worked for someone else or that he had people doing his dirty work. The rest of her shift passed in a blur. Thankfully, all the calls she received were for minor infractions of the law, nothing serious. With less than 30 minutes left of her shift, she was about to head back to headquarters when her cell phone buzzed. She considered ignoring it, but pulled off to the side of the road to look at the screen. She'd expected the caller to be Jeremy, but it was Alex Rhine. Odd that he was calling her phone, but she quickly answered. "Hey Alex, what's up?" "Trina." His voice was a low, urgent whisper. "Where are you?" "Less than a mile from headquarters. Why?" "What's wrong?" "I think I found the trailer." He was still whispering, but there was also a sense of excitement. "Can you meet me?" "Absolutely." She didn't hesitate. "Where are you?" There was a brief silence, then the faint rustling of leaves. "I'm on a dirt road that basically leads nowhere." He was still whispering, as if worried someone might overhear him. "It's off Highway ZZ. There's a very faint path through the woods, and that's where I found the trailer." She thought about the dirt road where she'd found Beck napping. Maybe if she'd gone further into the woods last night, she might have stumbled right upon the trailer for herself. I know right where it is. I'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Hurry, Alex urged. She disconnected the call, then performed an illegal U-turn so she could head west on Highway ZZ. As she approached the dirt road, it occurred to her that this was close to the area where she'd pulled Timothy Eden over for driving under the influence. Ironically, it was also the same dirt road where she'd found Beck napping. Was he involved after all? Maybe watching the place to keep it safe. Maybe she'd been wrong about his involvement. The dirt road looked different in daylight, and she quickly recognized Alex's beat-up black truck. She jumped out of the car, looking around for him. Spying the faint path leading into the woods, she headed that way, resting her hand on her weapon. The path was longer than she'd anticipated, and she soon could see the shape of the trailer through the trees. She'd found it. Actually, Alex had found it. Movement behind her made her tense. She pulled her weapon, but a moment too late. The cold, hard muzzle of a gun was pressed into the back of her head. Drop it. She swallowed hard, recognizing Alex's voice. What are you doing? Drop it, he repeated. Moving slowly, she pulled her weapon from its holster and tossed it toward the brush. She closed her eyes for a moment, mentally berating herself for walking into his trap. The man behind the meth lab wasn't Kevin Powell or Nathan Beck. It was Alex Rhine. 14. Jeremy watched the entire autopsy, impressed with Patton's knowledge, even though his questions that were meant to be statements drove him bonkers. He was starving by the time the procedure was over, and despite what he'd just been through, he stopped at Daisy's for a late afternoon lunch. As he was chowing down a large burger, his phone rang. He pulled the device from his pocket, hoping the call was from Trina. But it was Garth. Hey Garth. Jeremy, where are you? He frowned at the odd cadence in his brother-in-law's tone. At Daisy's, why? Something wrong? Gemma? Trey? My family is fine, but Trina fell off the grid. She isn't answering her calls via radio or cell phone, and I'm concerned. Trina. His heart squeezed in his chest. He pushed his plate away and reached for his wallet. When was the last time she was on the grid? She took a call an hour ago, and hasn't been heard from or seen since. Because she's investigating the meth lab. He was speaking more to himself than to Garth. Something went wrong. That's my theory, Garth agreed. I've let Sheriff Donnelly know, but I need to hear from you what she's been working on. I'll tell you, but no one else. I'll be in the headquarters parking lot in less than 5 minutes. Jeremy tossed a 20 on the table to cover his $12 burger and soft drink, and slid out of the booth. His blood ran cold at the thought of Trina being in danger. She was a well-trained cop, but if her gut instinct was correct and the perp was also a deputy, then he was afraid her training wouldn't be enough. He sent up a silent prayer as he pulled into the parking lot. Garth was waiting for him. Come inside, Garth urged. We all want to find her. Jeremy grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the building. No. You need to understand, Trina suspects a cop of being involved. Garth's eyes widened. She told you that? Jeremy quickly filled him in on Trina's search for black trucks and her suspicions about Nathan Beck. Garth's expression was grim by the time he'd finished. She should have filled me in. Garth scowled. Especially after we found Eden's body. She didn't want to ruin your wedding, but you're right. I observed the entire autopsy. Timothy Eden was definitely murdered, he agreed. I figure it was a warning, because he'd told Trina the location of the trailer. Exactly. And the body was found at the same spot where she was assaulted. We need to find her. And we need to be careful about who we trust. At the moment, Garth was the only cop he wanted involved. I have to think she didn't find anything related to Beck last night, or she wouldn't have come into work. Any chance you can get your hands on the list of black trucks she searched? Garth nodded. Yeah, give me a minute. Jeremy paced as he waited, trying to come up with some sort of logical plan. He wasn't a cop, but he was willing to do whatever Garth needed to find her. Hang on, Trina, he silently urged. We're coming. Garth returned with paperwork. There are too many black truck owners here to narrow them down, but I did find two that we should look into. Who? A guy named Abe Crowley. Garth paused and added, and Alex Rhine. The name Alex sounded familiar, and it took a moment for Jeremy to place it. Deputy Rhine? He was here at headquarters the night Trina pulled Eden over. Interesting. If he's the one behind this, the timing works that he would have moved the trailer. Garth's eyes flashed with anger. You could be right, especially because Trina already checked out Abe Crowley. She told me that the son was driving the truck and had an alibi. He stared at Garth. Where do we start? I'd like to get all the deputies involved, put out a bolo for Rhine. And if we're wrong and it's really Beck? Jeremy battled a surge of panic. Then what? Garth hesitated, then shook his head. We're wasting time. Beck worked last night, but Rhine is off today. I'm leaning toward Rhine. If Beck is home sleeping, he won't know about the bolo anyway. His brother-in-law was right. They were wasting time. He grabbed the paperwork and found Rhine's license plate number, committing it to memory. Put out the bolo, I'm going to drive around. Someone must know something. Keep your phone handy. Garth tucked the paperwork into his pocket. Don't do anything without calling me first. I won't. Jeremy turned and jogged toward his car. Driving around without a destination in mind was akin to spitting in the wind, but it was better than standing around doing absolutely nothing. Dodging tourist traffic, he made his way through downtown McNally Bay to the highway. Once he'd considered the lush foliage lining each side of the road as pretty, but now he found it concerning. There were so many places to hide. It seemed impossible they'd find Trina before it was too late. Before she ended up dead like Timothy Eden. The idea made him sick to his stomach, and he shoved it aside, keeping his gaze pinned on the road. He was driving far slower than the posted speed limit, and each time a vehicle came up behind him, he edged off onto the shoulder to allow the driver room to pass. After heading east for almost 10 miles, he turned around and retraced his path. Each passing moment was agonizing. He couldn't shake the idea that they were running out of time. When he passed a dirt road, he slammed on the brakes, jerking to an abrupt stop. It appeared that the dirt road led nowhere special, but he vaguely remembered seeing a squad parked there on another night. But when? He searched his memory, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Was he losing it? No. He snapped his fingers, remembering the moment. He checked the rearview mirror and quickly backed up enough that he could drive onto the dirt road. A squad had been there, early in the morning after he'd left Trina's place after her car crash. At the time, he'd thought it was a spot that deputies used to clock vehicles going over the speed limit. But maybe he'd been wrong. Maybe the squad had been here for another reason. He was about to get out of his Audi, but then he stopped and reached for his phone. Garth answered on the first ring. Did you find her? No, but I'm on a dead-end dirt road. I remember seeing a squad parked here a couple of days ago. I'm going to check it out. Where? Garth's voice rose with concern. Don't go alone, I'll meet you. Jeremy hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want backup, but if this was nothing, he wanted Garth to keep searching. Let me look around first. No, tell me where you are. Off Highway ZZ, heading west from town, maybe 5 miles from the B&B, but not as far as the Pinecone campground. The road is on the south side of the highway. I'll be right there. The line went dead. Jeremy pocketed his phone. He took a moment to scan the area, looking for signs that someone had been there recently. A narrow path leading off to the west. His heart quickened, and he felt certain this was the place. Unable to simply sit there, he pushed out of the car and softly closed the door behind him. There were footprints in the dirt by his feet. He slowly dropped down for a closer look. They were too small to belong to a man. Trina. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and pressed the redial for Garth's number as headed for the narrow path. I'm going in. Meet me as soon as you can. Wait for me. I can't, but I'll keep the line open. Without disconnecting, Jeremy put the phone back into his pocket so that both his hands were free. He wasn't going to wait another second, sensing Trina's life was in terrible danger. The sound of frantic pounding woke her. She wrinkled her nose at the foul stench of ammonia and tried to understand what had happened. Her hands were bound behind her back, and there was a metallic taste in her mouth. The interior of the trailer was stifling and felt like it was over 100 degrees. Her uniform and hair were damp with sweat. The pounding continued, and she could hear someone calling her name. She tried to answer, but nothing came out but a harsh croak. Alex had forced her into the trailer at gunpoint, then had knocked her out once again. Her head ached, but she ignored the pain and did her best to roll across the floor, trying to find something to loosen the zip ties binding her wrists. "Trina? Are you in there?" She tried again. "Yes?" It took far longer than it should have to brace herself along the side of the trailer in order to get her feet under her. When she stood, she found the ammonia scent to be even stronger. Staggering to the small kitchen, her heart squeezed in her chest. The oven was on, which was why it was so hot inside the trailer, but that's not what made her tremble with fear. The ingredients for creating crystal meth were not exactly stable, which made meth labs prone to explosions. Smoke was leaking from the edges of the oven, which she assumed was being run off propane. Something wasn't right. There shouldn't be so much smoke. She had to get out of there, now. Lurching toward the door, she turned and tried to use her bound hands to open it. The handle was at the right height, but it was locked. Her numb fingers couldn't seem to flip the latch. "Trina? Are you in there?" This time she recognized Jeremy's voice. "Yes?" Her voice was hoarse, so she used all her strength to shout louder. "Stay back. It's going to explode." "I'm coming." "No. The door's locked. Stay back." Fear spurred her to try again. She could hardly feel the lock but refused to give up. Somehow, she managed to flip the tiny lever downward. The smoke grew thicker, and she knew it was only a matter of seconds before it blew. With her back to the door, she tried to twist the handle. The door suddenly swung open, and she felt herself falling backward. "Trina." Jeremy caught her in his arms. "Thank God you're alive. Hurry. Get away from the trailer." Jeremy did as she asked, carrying her awkwardly since her arms were still bound behind her back. She was glad he'd headed down the narrow path toward the dirt road. A large explosion sent them airborne. Oomph! She landed face down in the brush, branches and twigs stabbing her in the face. For a long second, she didn't move. Pain surrounded her, especially from her head injury, and there was a loud ringing in her ears. "Trina." Strong hands eased her onto her back. Jeremy was looming over her, his dirt-streaked expression anxious. "Are you all right?" "My hands." She forced the words past her constricted throat. Jeremy rolled her onto her side and used a pocket knife to quickly cut through the binds around her wrists. Her muscles screamed as blood rushed into them, and it was all she could do not to cry. Instead, she forced herself to open and close her fingers, willing the feeling to return. "Call Garth, tell him Alex Rhine is the mastermind behind the meth dealing." "Trina? Jeremy? Are you all right?" Garth's voice grew louder as he approached. When he saw them, he hurried over and dropped to his knees. "I was afraid you were in the trailer when it went up." She managed to crack a grim smile. That was Rhine's plan. Thankfully, Jeremy got here in time. If he hadn't woken me up, she couldn't finish. I issued a bolo for Rhine. Any idea where he might be headed? No. The pins and needles in her arms receded. Did you find my squad? Jeremy and Garth exchanged a grim look. No sign of it anywhere. I'm sure Alex had it taken away. You have to find him, Garth. Before he takes his drug operations somewhere else. He sacrificed the trailer for a reason. I'm sure he already has a new plan, maybe even a new trailer. I know. Garth glanced over to where the rusty trailer was still burning, clouds of dark smoke billowing from the clearing. The volunteer fire department will be here soon. I need to go. I want to come with you. Trina tried to push herself upright, but a wave of dizziness assaulted her. You're too dehydrated to go after Ryan, Jeremy protested. Let's get you to the clinic, you'll feel better after a fluid bolus. She didn't want Alex to get away, but there was no denying she felt weak and useless. Two things she detested. If she'd had a K-9 partner, she wouldn't be in this mess. Something she intended to make sure Sheriff Donnelly understood. Well, look at this. She froze when a sarcastic voice cut through the trees. I can't believe you got out of the trailer. Ryan. Get down, she croaked, reaching for her weapon. Multiple shots rang out, the ringing in her ears intensified as she rolled out of the way and onto her stomach. She took aim, frantically searching through the trees for Ryan. I think I got him, Garth said from behind her. Anyone hurt? She asked. We're fine. You? I'm good. She wasn't, but not because of the gunfire. It was humbling to realize how close she'd come to dying. How close Jeremy had been to being injured, or worse too. If they'd died today, she wouldn't have been able to tell him how much she loved him. Using the grass and brush for cover, they waited for several long moments but heard nothing more. Sirens whined, and she knew it was likely the volunteer fire department. Garth spoke into his radio, informing dispatch they needed backup, but she couldn't seem to relax. Not until she knew for certain. Trina. Jeremy crawled forward until they were side by side. It's over. I need to see him for myself. She knew in her head that Garth had fired first, and that his bullet likely had hit its mark. Yet Alex had grown larger than life in her mind's eye, to monster-like proportions. She needed him to pay for his crimes. For the murder of Timothy Eden. For all the people he'd gotten hooked on drugs. For Stephen. More sirens filled the air. She knew the volunteer firefighters would stay back until the scene was clear. 2 deputies charged up the trail, Doug Carbine and Sheriff Donnelly himself. They huddled around Garth, speaking in low tones as Garth filled them in. Jeremy helped her stand, and behind the cover of the deputies, he took her back to the dirt road where the volunteer firefighters waited. She heard the deputies searching the woods, and it didn't take long to hear someone shout, "Found him." Do we need a bus? Another called. Nope. He's not going anywhere but the morgue. Trina dropped her chin to her chest. Alex was dead. And for what? Easy drug money? It just didn't make any sense. Jeremy's arms came around her, drawing her into his embrace. She rested against him for a moment, soaking in his strength, before she tipped her head up to look at him. I love you. His eyes widened in surprise, and a smile tipped the corners of his mouth. I think you must be delirious from dehydration. She appreciated his attempt at humor, but shook her head. Then winced at the pain. No, really, I need you to know I'm in love with you. I should have told you sooner. I knew I loved you last night. Letting you walk away was the hardest thing I've ever done. And today, when I thought I was going to die. Don't? The word was low and harsh. He tightened his grip. It gives me the chills to think about how close you were to blowing up in that trailer. I didn't because you came for me. She rested her cheek against his chest. Maybe his idea of a relationship was different from hers, but she didn't regret telling him the truth. She loved him and wanted to be with him. This was what was important. In that moment, she knew that her mission had changed. Oh, she still wanted to eliminate every drug manufacturer and dealer in the county, but that wasn't her main purpose any longer. Being in the trailer, knowing she was about to die, had changed her. She'd been given a second chance at life. At love. And this time, she planned to hang on to those things with both hands. It was what the old Stephen would have wanted her to do. I love you too, Jeremy whispered against her hair. I'll continue supporting your mission, Trina, if that's what you want. I'll relocate here to Clark County as soon as I can complete the pathology fellowship program. I want to be there for you in every way. Oh, Jeremy. She pushed away far enough to look up at him again. A relationship will only survive if there's give and take from both of us. I want to support you, too. We'll find a way to work everything out together. I love you so much, he whispered. He framed her face and gently kissed her as if afraid she might break. She wasn't fragile, and she returned his kiss with a passion that proved it. When they finally broke apart to breathe, she grinned. I'm going to follow your suggestion. He looked dazed and confused. What suggestion? To get our community to support a K9 program, a fundraiser to help offset the cost. I'm going to do it. She glanced around the clearing. A K9 would have been a huge help in uncovering the truth about Alex. And after all this, I'm pretty sure I can get Sheriff Donnelly's support too. Think about how much of this mess could have been avoided. I agree. And I think you can do anything you set your mind on. I love dogs and will do whatever I can to help. She looked back over to where the smoke was still rising above the trees. Having heard the all clear, the volunteer firefighters were trudging up the path with hoses connected to a large water truck. I hope the fire doesn't spread. It's been a dry summer. Let's go. I want you to be seen in the clinic. She didn't want to leave, but she understood her role was that of a witness in the case they'd build against Alex and his ultimate death. Garth would be on modified duty, pending the outcome of the investigation into Alex's shooting, but it wouldn't be the first time. Jeremy helped her into the passenger seat of his car, then headed for the clinic. Once they were inside, he immediately took charge, ordering an IV and a liter of fluid. He was right, she felt much better afterward. The nurse on duty cleaned up all the cuts on her face and hands, then let her stand. Jeremy came in, raking her with his gaze. Better. But I'm ordering you home to rest. Okay, see, that's going to be a problem. Trina narrowed her gaze. He lifted a brow. What is? You can't order me around like any other patient. She stabbed a finger into his chest. Understand? He looked surprised. Doctors always give orders. It's just what we do. Cops give orders too. She tilted her head to the side. Okay, how about we follow each other's suggestions? Deal? His expression softened. I love you, Trina. I love you too. She wrapped her arm around his waist. Take me home. Is that an order? Or a suggestion? He teased. She laughed. Both? As they walked into the bright sunlight, Trina reveled in the sense of peace. Being with Jeremy would never be boring. And she was okay with that. Epilogue. 3 weeks later. Jeremy watched as Trina took the German Shepherd puppy from its crate. The animal was already 9 months old. The previous pups she'd had her heart set on were too young. This one had a shiny gold and black coat, and Trina had named her female future K9 partner Stevie in honor of her brother. Trina led the pup through a series of very simple commands, then turned to grin at Jeremy. She's so smart. Like her partner, he agreed. He'd applied and been accepted into the pathology fellowship program starting the following Monday. And Trina had been accepted into a K9 training program in Lansing. She would only be there for 12 weeks before she'd head back to McNally Bay, but that was okay. They'd continue seeing each other as often as they could. It wouldn't be nearly enough, but he was determined to make the best of the situation. Eventually, they'd both be living in Clark County. Dr. Patton had actually agreed to hold off on retiring until Jeremy could take his place. Trina and Stevie approached, the future K9 jumping up and down with excitement. Down, Trina said sternly. Stevie instantly dropped to a sitting position, her impossibly large ears pricked forward, waiting for her next command. You really like giving orders, don't you, Deputy Waldorf? She laughed. As much as you do, Dr. McNally. He pulled out the small velvet ring box and dropped down to one knee. Trina's eyes widened in surprise, and Stevie wagged her tail, her entire body trembling with the desire to run over to jump on him. Trina, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Her slate-gray eyes filled with tears, and she threw herself into his arms, knocking him backwards so they were both on the ground. Unwilling to be left out of the fun, Stevie joined them, licking both of their faces. "Yes, Jeremy," she finally managed. Stevie down. "Yes, I'll marry you." "I'm glad." Jeremy crushed her close and kissed her deeply. "I love you so much, Trina." "I love you too." "I think Deputy McNally of McNally Bay has a certain ring to it." He smiled, stroking Stevie's soft fur. Trina leaned against him. "Do you think Gemma will mind setting aside a weekend for us to be married in the gazebo?" He kissed her again. "Knowing my sister, she's already holding a weekend for us. But there's no rush, Trina. I'm willing to wait until you're ready." She tipped her head up to look at him. "I'm ready to be your wife, Jeremy. Whatever date works for Gemma is fine with me. Together we're going to make Clark County a safer place to live. I can't wait." He pulled Trina to her feet and grabbed Stevie's leash. No matter what difficulties they might face in the future, he knew that this was exactly where he wanted to be. In McNally Bay with Trina, now and forever. I hope you enjoyed Jeremy and Trina's story Into Believe. Are you ready for Jake and Brianna's story Into Promise? Click here.